Well, suppose there's no time like the present. Yeah, I suppose one day we'll, give those a go, but I don't know, after seeing everybody either fall off or hit a wall or... I don't know if I'm ready to almost kill myself just yet. At least not yet, anyway. Well, I see there's some people already here.
Not in this area, I doubt it.
What?
Oh, this has a car anyway.
One tried to jump the fence.
Yeah.
Hi, Miss Amber.
Hi.
If it isn't the lovely Amber, hello.
We have Slade awake now, so
have a few pieces for
Well,
the
he's
that's-
awake and alert.
was one of my tasks.
Definitely an improvement.
Paperwork.
I mean, he
And
was
people are
trying to
wanting
break
to
the
take him
handcuff like
home.
the last 5 minutes, but...
Yeah.
You know what?
What?
Fair enough. I don't think BB gave me the things for that. Right. Initial at the bottom, sign on the bottom left.
Yeah, I
Highlighted
got it. I know how
portions.
to. I know how to read paperwork to sign a motherfucker out.
Look, some people miss it. Okay, it's not my job. Miss Hybris has to read it. Okay.
Considering it's bright ass yellow, I don't think I can miss it.
You'd be surprised. It's really bright in here. People.
Once
miss it
those
a
are
lot.
signed off, can I break the cuffs?
Or just, like, unlock them.
Oh, nope, there it is. He's still attached to the bed on one of his legs, so you might want to get that as well.
I could have...
I'll pay for it later.
Oh.
Just
Tired of waiting.
don't worry. I'll just let BB know about that one. She'll do whatever she needs to.
Yeah.
I could have done something.
Just you and
I
good
can
hands,
unlock.
Slade. So.
That's fine.
Let's go.
I am a
Taking it
technician.
home.
Handcuffs don't really pose much of an obstacle.
If there's
I
any other
mean,
things you do need, do
I
not
probably could have
hesitate
had a
to
go at,
call.
I will dip into the resources I already have,
Yeah.
considering I don't
Those
know
are
half of
very
the
nice,
people,
so-
but sure. I will contact if
I was
needed.
more talking to Slade than you, but yes, that
I
too.
don't think he can respond to anything right now, so good luck.
Well, that's usually
He
Slade
hasn't.
anyways.
I mean, he's been silent, but he can still physically respond.
Yeah.
but responding for Slade is like a grunt, usually, so.
Well, he hasn't even
Not
made
even
any
that.
noise.
Yeah, he's been silent since he woke up, apparently.
Yeah?
I mean, I do suppose we could work on a grunt to common translation at some point, yes?
Huh.
Yes, it probably will take a while. Why? Are you
Not
well versed
sure
in grunt to common,
it's good
Eva?
to let him go. But I'm not,
He
disclosing
wasn't
any
physically.
true.
As much as we heard on the mission, he wasn't fully physically injured,
No,
as
he was
far as we
fine.
know.
His suit had damage, some scuff marks, but other than that,
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah,
get that.
I got no medical reason to keep
his
him.
body that are worrying.
You know, I wanted to ask questions on the beach day about those marks, but I did not want to do that. I didn't.
I
Oh, no,
was
there's more. There's more.
just the one.
Oh no. 'Cause I
Yeah.
only saw the ones he tried to help with, and that was it.
Well, there's the big
I've
blue
only
one,
seen the
that-
one.
that's Slayer, that's what that means, and then there's new ones that are in a different language.
New ones.
Yes.
Ah,
All I know
different
is I
language.
have to tell you, whenever I look at them, don't know why.
Ebb and Flow looked at
Thing.
some, and they got Rise, Stand, Fight, and Push. I looked at others, and got The Souls Will Break Him Free.
So people are trying to read
Those
these
don't sound
markings.
foreboding at all. Oh.
Fucking weird magically goop.
Yeah, and my computer got
That's what I'm
fucked
getting from
because
this.
of it.
Oh, that does not sound good.
No, no,
in
it
that
does
case,
not.
we'll have to run it through Miss Hybris. Considering it's the entire ship, should be able to handle it.
Probably. But that's the thing, like, they were nothing of, for me even, reading Infernal and such. I think if Ethereal looked at them the same way, I don't think he'd get anything either.
Could be something that's older, that dates back, maybe primordial.
That's scary.
I mean, there were some things that Jay saw when looking in.
We can figure those out maybe in time when he's able to talk to us, or when we can give him a
It'll
full
probably be like
over.
2 days before he actually, says something.
Considering he was out
Yeah.
and just laying there, yeah, probably has to move around a little bit. Stretch his
In
legs.
general, from what I've seen, it takes him 2-3 days before he actually starts talking. From the times I've seen him just, not talking.
The only thing that worries me is about what he said to us before he conked out like that. To me, what's bugging me is it seemed like a farewell. Like he knew something was
He's
going on.
preparing.
He knew about this and didn't tell anyone.
Which agitates me a lot, because it's like, you have all these people that have a multitude of skills that could possibly help you.
Yes, but when is
But
anybody
you don't
ever
say
taken
anything.
me up on that offer? Oh wait, one person did, and I removed a devil from them.
I wasn't.
I mean,
Yeah,
like I said yesterday,
that was
Benoit's anger is understandable because she was absolutely pissed with him because, he never says anything. He never tells anybody. He never asks for help. He always does things by himself, and then, this happened.
There are. I always feel like there's always the other side of that coin of sometimes it is too personal to talk about. And it feels like it brings up old memories sometimes. Or memories you don't want to remember. And you kind of want to forget.
Fair, but at the same time,
Yes,
it's
old
like I have
memories.
memories that I don't want to forget, or that I don't want to bring up.
Yeah.
But if it's causing me to worry a crap ton of people, then
I hate to see this guy, but there's a lot of, not surface level shit that's going on, too, because like I said, Jay saw some shit. Dealing, like I said, those markings said the souls will set him free. When Jay looked into his soul, he got some flashes of something. He described what it was. He saw Slade carrying some big fucking chains. And while he was carrying them, other souls were appearing around him.
Definitely foreboding. Fantastic.
Well, that isn't ominous.
Yeah.
It's very.
And that's when Slade was out. Now Slade was up here and awake. Jay looked at his soul again, and all he saw was that it was very, very aggressive.
To be fair, he was, you know, not tell anything, don't ask for help even before all this started, so.
Do you think those other souls could have been what we saw on our missions with you guys as well? Those Night Sentinels, maybe?
Maybe. Night Sentinels, other Slayers, maybe? I don't know.
Could be.
My money's on other Slayers, because Jay said he tried to touch Slade and do something with his soul, and he got grabbed by one of the souls. That was...
One of the souls grabbed him. Okay, that's...
It grabbed him and gave off... the Doomslayer is what it said, and it said not yet, and pulled Jay away.
Oh, goody.
Like someone's protecting him. Another soul is,
I
maybe.
don't know. Or these other souls or whatever doing something, and it just wasn't time for Slade to come around yet. I don't know.
Basically, Slade is a pawn in some other being's little game, is what I'm hearing.
That's
It would
kind
not
of
surprise
normal.
me.
I mean, our funny friends in red kind of made it feel that way.
The baby is back.
Yeah.
The what?
Funny friends in red. The blue angels that they called them.
Mm-hmm.
And they did
That
seem
sounds
like
a
they
really
knew
edgy,
more.
like Milan name.
Did
They were-
announce that to him. But,
They were the blood angels that we saw when we first went on that mission.
Well, Blood Angels
weren't
definitely
Pleasant
sound
people.
dangerous.
No running child.
Okay. Shiloh!
It's a running child with cord.
Shiloh, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Alice's kid.
Hi. Oh no, you've got me. Such a good kid. You're trying. You got this. You're strong.
Gargana, I says I should be careful when I try too hard, because I could hurt someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't hurt me that easily. Can't hurt me that easily.
She's kind of buff.
Also, no
Gargana
camera because
says I'm a tungsten
for some
bead.
reason my camera fucked up
Oh, yes, you are.
when it booted everything, and I didn't notice.
Probably pick up someone easily and just throw them.
No,
Well, my reason for being here
Now she wants- Oh,
is no longer here.
Yeah, little waist.
I'm going to go and attend to some business I have elsewhere.
You need to exercise
yes.
that side
Alright,
more.
well, feel free.
She's acknowledged
same way
that.
you came
Now
in,
You've got a nice
just-
weight on
Alright,
you.
let's try.
Data bits.
Oh my
Thank
god,
you.
you are actually
on your
very
business.
strong.
Make sure you choose the right access point. Hey, for you to end up somewhere else. It happens.
Alright.
You know, I never thought I'd see
a
Soyo
buff
with the
baby.
attached to her leg.
She is. How
What do you
long
mean?
is she away?
She's a childless elf sometimes.
I heard that.
This
Is he wrong?
Fight me.
She's that many.
This many.
Four?
Ah.
Holy shit. Well, you're a strong 4-year-old. But I'm also strong, so let me. Gotcha. Glad to see you having fun there. You want to see a magic trick, though?
Okay. It's not as
See
cool as a
magic trick on you?
Argonaut's magic.
Wow.
And out comes tomato mode.
Interesting.
Argonaut is cooler. He makes stone hymns.
That's true. That is cool.
Yeah. He's
Not many
cooler.
people can. Yeah, he probably is.
Would you like to see another
Better
magic
at
trick?
controlling that though.
Mm.
I just do ball at the moment. That's all I do.
Alright, I'll set you down. I'll set you down. I'll set you
Ball.
down.
I mean, every single time that I've seen her, she's always flaring up like that.
Oh.
I
Maybe
still
because I'm-
question how you do that.
Gone. He's gone.
He's gone.
All I do is ball and gun. That's all I know.
Beast out of existence.
Yes.
Kid's already got a vocabulary. Jeez.
In a place like this,
Let's just say who her mother was. I'm glad her vocabulary is at least decent.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't like half decent.
No one just pick up. Yeah, she's in a cup.
She's a good kid, though. So. Why are you calling me a child? Excuse me?
Is he wrong?
I'm not always a child. I just am apparently very good with kids.
He's so good.
But you just said you're not
I get that
always
one.
a child, but that implies that you sometimes act like a child.
Sometimes I act like it, only sometimes. When I
Yeah.
meet the right people or interact with them. Yes, I act sometimes like a child. If you see me and Dylan walking around, she turns me into a gremlins of a child.
I need those
Sam
ones.
Martin.
Got it. So if you present
think
her
that
a
one
battle
turned
girl,
me into
turn
a
into a
gremlin.
gremlin. I'm gonna make a note of that.
Shush!
Well, there's a difference between
No.
being childish and losing self-preservation rights.
No, I don't lose those. Those are first and foremost.
Good to
Shallow,
know.
there's a lot of good people here.
Okay.
They're nice people.
Yeah, it's really fucking
Alright.
bright in here.
Gonna go to
I
a
just
place
need
with
to know
dark.
that.
Athena, dim the lights down a little bit, please.
Do you want to go to
It's
a dark
always
place?
bright.
Really pretty, say?
It is always bright.
No.
Yeah, that's why I constantly ask them
Have
to
you
lower it.
seen? Have you seen on the
At least
garden
it
up
isn't
here?
training room bright in
Tends to be
here.
a bit brighter in space.
My
That's why I
eyes
use
crossed.
the full dive.
Hey, Cord, should we show her the
Yeah.
What
garden?
was the word you said?
Yeah, we could.
The big word.
Just need to get you some
The
sunglasses.
big word.
Which one?
Big word. E.
E.
I was speaking really quickly right now. I don't remember what I just said.
See, she has the memory of me. I.e., not much.
Look, I was
You know,
speaking
Yes.
matter of factly.
Rolling around in there.
Extraordinary?
Do you want to see?
As I said, I have the memory of a steel trap made out of sieves.
That might be the word.
Do
Do you want to see a really pretty place up here? It's not so bright. It's actually
We're
really
in
nice.
space. That's like the prettiest place.
But have you ever seen that there's a garden in space?
In that planet,
Yeah. Come on. Cord, come on, let's go show her the garden. She might enjoy that place a lot more. It's so
I think
bright.
you should like the
Optional ice.
hallway.
I said things and I don't even remember what they were after a second. Just commenting about the training room's brightness.
It's fine. I don't remember what you said either. I was
Wow. Understandable though.
look, I was half zoned out in my own mind there for a moment.
Yeah, I was just trying not to say anything in front of the kid.
Understandable.
Wade was kind of like on auto mode. Just making sure I don't say something that I shouldn't. Well, at least Dakota's up and about. Let me see how she's doing.
Probably a
Well,
good
when
idea.
I put this on the stand in here, you're leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over there. I
It's
told
okay.
them to dim the lights. You should be relatively okay if you need to.
And threatening demons.
How are you doing? Doing alright?
I am feeling a bit better.
The bump mostly gone, or?
No, it's still sore, but not so bad.
Give it a day or two. Other than that, I'm glad you're at least walking around in the morning. Yes. At least you're walking around. I guess you let her know that Slade's up and back at the preserve, or at least is that where they were taking him?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
The
good.
bunny preserve. Yes, okay.
Right. I'll... He didn't want to respond or talk, but physically, yes, he was fine. He's probably just got a few things he has to go over now. Once he's
Like
back
he
in
wasn't
station, though.
He responded with looks. That's about it for his responses so far.
Well, that and also he's
Depending
trying
on
to
what
put
he
the
does
handcuffs
in the
for like
next
5 minutes.
following days, yeah. I will probably be writing up some paperwork, maybe sending him your way.
It'll be
Yeah,
a
I
day
imagine
or
BB's
a
not going to be
couple
happy
days.
about the broken equipment.
I can fix it if you want.
Can fix chains? Didn't realize
Yes.
he was a blacksmith.
Nanites. They just put it together.
I think you have to do a little bit more than just maggots.
Hmm? Yeah.
Saying is, I think you just have to do a little bit more than just put magnets together.
No, the nanites, they deconstruct the broken links and then
Oh,
construct them back together
You said
again. Yeah.
magnets.
No, nanites, yeah. I mean, you can do magnets. I mean, there are some pretty strong magnets out there.
I mean, like I said, still wouldn't really do anything just by themselves, but nanites, I suppose.
True. These are their chains.
Nanites are bullshit.
Don't go to my territory, then there's nanites everywhere you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I say everything's bullshit.
So go to tomorrow back to training? Only if you're up for it.
Yes.
Alright. Then back to the normal, as usual. Same with you. Obviously less combat for you, but still.
I've still got a very good functioning arm and 2 very good legs.
I was about to say, it's good practice for if you have if your arm malfunctions or something to practice with one arm.
A magic instructor. I can guess how to train that, but not my forte.
I mean, more just hand to hand than anything.
In the hand, you can throw rocks at them for them to hit.
I mean, I already know
Usually
how
I
to
just
shoot.
set up an obstacle course. Oh, that's good to know at least. What about you, Ty? Any upgrades, things that you've been working on?
The shield. Its 3rd iteration works pretty well.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Iron asked you to make that shield.
So then he stops.
I think he
getting
wants
beat
me to make
shit.
it to where I can retaliate if you hit it enough, but I haven't set that up yet.
That would be
Can't really do
interesting.
that with
It
personal
stops bullets
shields.
and magic, though, so I mean, that's the point, right?
Impressive defenses.
I mean, you could add that like
For now, yeah.
flashbang system into it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but then you have to worry about hitting everyone else around you.
Yeah.
Well, ideally, your enemies and only your enemies should be in front of the shield.
What type of shield is it? Is it a bubble shield or is it just
The kind you hold.
okay? In that case, yeah, then
that's
that's
that
fine.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, then yeah.
Mm.
Having a rebound effect on a handheld shield, I don't know if you can really do that. Depends on if you have a strong enough power source in it, and you might be able to do
I
something.
don't know. I made it like, I guess big enough for bigger people to hold it. Kind of. It's like as tall as me almost. So.
Oh, okay. Or roughly the same height. I guess it depends on how heavy they want the shield, because if it's an unpowered shield, then it can stay light.
Oh,
But
it's
if
really
you're wanting,
light.
you know, yeah, if you're wanting more abilities to like a rebound effect, you now need a power source for it to operate, and then that becomes even more
I
heavy.
mean,
So.
I can just show the shield. Ta-da!
Oh.
I mean, it's not on yet, but
I mean, it still looks nice.
Hmm.
I suppose I should turn it on.
Yeah, I don't really
It's
know
up
the
to you.
whole technology thing.
I know it flickers.
Interesting.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, it's just a prototype
Yeah,
for
that's
now.
fine.
I could poke people with this, or
Actually, would be
I mean,
useful
that's-
in a sticky situation. Still kind of works to defend yourself, at least a little bit, even if it breaks.
Well, shields, they're not just for defending. You can hit people with them too. So. And yeah, you can hit people with a shield.
yeah, I was
Well,
really
I
great
mean,
when I
I
tested the second
understand.
iteration. I just held up the shield and had someone shoot at it.
Hook somebody's leg with it, turn it on.
I mean, with a very light shield, it's not really much point in bash. You might as well just hit them with your fist.
I mean, energy shields, you can still, you're still getting hit by something solid. But then
Yeah,
it
I know,
depends
but
on
there's, like-
the weight of the person hitting. She and I might not be able to do much hitting somebody with a shield, but I'm sorry, is it she? I just want to confirm.
Whatever. I don't mind. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, I made the mistake before, and I said it multiple times, and I feel bad still. So
Well,
I wanted to be sure.
I am also honestly confused about it myself. So.
So you're not sure yourself
Well,
if you have a
it's
dedicated gender, or
well.
I know that's a personal question.
My species specifically can. Well, I didn't think it was. I thought it was a myth that we could just sometimes change gender until it happened like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and that kind of scared me a lot.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good for a while, and I was just like, just really cold sweats, just everything. I don't know. I just did not feel good, and then I was like, where did it go?
I would be
But
very
I'm okay.
concerned
I'm
about
okay
either
now.
the sudden appearance or lack of.
I talked to a doctor about it and did all the proper things, and I had to learn new biology, and yeah, we're good. I'm good.
That's good to know.
I mean, hey,
Apologies
It was a
for
scary experience. No, you're good. You're fine. You're fine.
understandable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm awkward, so I always worry that I might accidentally bring
you're,
something up.
you're fine. You're fine. Honestly, I don't mind anymore what people refer to me as. It's fine.
Okay.
People made the mistake too many times in the past, and now it kind of fits more than it used to. So it's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
They are
I wonder if
precious,
that
yes.
might be why you just heard she so much. If that was what everybody said.
I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons it could have happened, really, and it could happen again.
Thank you.
Maybe because I've heard of something like that
Alright.
before. Because my people, we
Kind of juice.
were very diverse
Like
with
apple juice.
people that we know, and then just we are able to be diverse ourselves. So maybe it might fall into if you were interested in somebody. Maybe that changed if you have.
I don't know if giving
maybe,
sugar to someone that's already that high energy is the best idea. Although I guess
But no, yeah. So
no,
one
no,
to
I
19 years,
suppose
maybe.
that is
Who knows,
right.
another
If
19
you
or 20 years pass,
you
and
give energy to
it'll be back
something,
again.
someone that already has a lot of energy
Or
it
my
can
ears
have
will
the
get
opposite
longer,
effect. So I
or
suppose
I'll go bald.
it might calm them
or
down a
my
little
skin
bit.
will change colors. So
God damn it. Yeah, oof indeed. Here, while I'm here, let me just fix this. Oh, I already had one open the entire time. Yeah, indeed, bad timing. Hello? Oh, great. There it goes again. Why does it keep running away from me every time I fucking grab it? I don't get that. Oh. Here's off, everything else is off.
yeah, probably. I
Welcome back.
Yes, space didn't exactly agree with me for a moment there.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
the
having
flux
that issue
is a thing.
yesterday. The universe hated me yesterday.
I did that way too often. Well,
As I tend to give a lot of compliments either way, you still have lovely eyes, so.
Oh, thank you.
I'm awkward, but I give compliments.
No, you're okay.
Yes.
I try to give compliments too. It's alright.
Is
Mouth
so
dork.
words speaking, it kind of works. Are you like a technician of sorts? Do you invent?
Well, funny enough, because it's in the name. My name's Tech. Well, now I'm working with more than just Magitech, because Ion was like, "You're gonna learn more here." Hence the shield that does not run on any kind of pouring mana into it, or a crystal, or anything similar to that. So
Yeah.
I originally
it's
tried
just
doing
annoying.
that, but if I didn't want my eyes to catch on fire, I'd have to put my blindfold on every single time I use the shield.
that's
Yeah,
not concerning.
So I wasn't capable. Well, not capable. I guess I was always capable. I just never tried to figure it out. Like, I had someone like evaluate my magical potential, and you know, I went for finding a catalyst, like a focus, and learning what my affinity is and everything. And it's this weird mixture of fire and lightning, but it doesn't like properly mix.
Quite energetic,
It's
much
really
like the small one.
confusing.
Why is it the small ones that are always so full of energy?
I just learned that magic is confusing in general.
Yeah,
I was about
but
to say the same thing.
so whenever I try to cast,
Yes, magic is confusing.
it always directly focuses through my eyes. So like whenever I cast mage armor, my eyes catch on fire. Whenever I try to focus with magic, my eyes catch on fire. So there's no real solutions besides catnap spells or potions or anything else to really put it out. So I just singe pillows all the time. But now I have an anti-magic blindfold, which makes me mostly blind, but I can still kind of like my magic sense also gets messed up because of the blindfold, but I can still kind of see, and mainly smell.
You must have really dry eyes then.
Mhm.
I feel so sorry for you.
You killed the therapist. How could you?
Yeah, I know. Out of all the concerns to have, it's the dry eyes that's the thing.
Oh no, yeah, it's like dry eyes, and also it's like if you stare at the sun for a while, or like even when you close your eyes, it's like that brightness as if you're looking at the sun, but your eyes were closed, you know?
Oh god.
So like everything's a weird color afterwards. Yeah. At least it doesn't actually like burn my eyeballs and melt them, you know? That's good. That's good.
I was gonna say, does the fire hurt?
Well, I tried putting it out other ways, like dispel magic or like lesser like anti-magic kind of stuff. I even tried dunking my head in water, but that's when I figured out there's the lightning bit to it. So.
Oh.
I see it.
Imagine getting your eyes shocked. So yeah, usually if I didn't want to put on the blindfold because I actually want to see people. Usually if I'm in there or in the training room, this is like always on because it's bright.
Yeah, normally I have to wear my helmet if I ever go into the training room.
I keep forgetting it every time I go into the training room and I get flashbanged.
That's why I wear this. Whenever I go in there, I preemptively put it on.
It's fine. I just avoid the training room altogether. Problem solved.
That's also a good idea, but I can't do that, sadly.
I'm gonna take this off so I can look at people.
Welcome back, hello. Yeah, I just forget that the training room is bright.
Yeah, after almost a year here, it's you still don't get used to it.
Not too bad to me.
My legs are
It's
like
just the
stilts. I
training
didn't
room.
move them at all for so long. I was just standing there. I wasn't even shifting my weight. Ugh.
I'm like always just swaying, but also at the same time.
Yeah, I was just like,
tends to give out.
here I am, sitting still. Look at me.
Look at me go.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you as well.
What's your name?
Amber.
Tech.
I'm
Just Tech. 3 letters.
I'm the Aegis therapist now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I imagine you're gonna need therapy after you're done with us.
See, I've gotten that a lot. I've gotten a mix of you're gonna need therapy after this, or you should talk to this person first, or you should talk to that person, or that person's gonna be a real challenge.
Yeah, I should probably talk to you about, I haven't really talked to a therapist about my whole freak out of suddenly not having what I used to have anymore. It was really scary. I don't know
It's
if you're here for that
understandable,
part
yeah.
of the conversation.
Yeah, it's quite an alarming change.
Yeah, I'm okay though. I mean, I saw a doctor about it, so I mean, I'm physically good.
Yeah, that's
I don't know why, but
yeah.
I feel
Physical
the
health is
flaming
definitely
pillow
important.
would
So
be
is
a little
mental
bit more
health.
concerning.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't do that anymore because I have my blindfold. So.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like when it first happened.
Oh yeah, the Misty Shore. I burnt like 3 of their beds. And not the shitty ones either. The fancy medical ones that are actually cozy and look nice.
Oh no.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
They didn't know what to do with me. Every time it happened, like, normal dispelling wouldn't work. And then the first time it happened, Rayesh said it was like my Sorcerer's Awakening or something, because I was able to I was able to do magic stuff, and I was never able to. So he's like, we're not gonna put this out. And he just let it go. So. He didn't want to put it out.
Got it. So secretly, Rayesh is a pyromaniac.
Just stone building. A fire retardant.
The entire Misty Shores is wood.
I know, I've been there once, and then her. You just say, I was like, yeah, that building is wood.
I may have set the beds on fire a couple times. Unintentionally. It was in my sleep. I don't know how I'm okay. I remember, last time I saw you, before we were talking, I was talking to Scaris about how I've gotten near death, like, a lot of times, but never actually been hurt. I've never been stabbed, or shot, or, like, hit with anything. It's always been, like, scrapes and bruises, or, I almost fell off a cliff, and then I got paralyzed to where I almost couldn't breathe anymore, and then this bandit had me at, like knife point, and then someone shoved them off me, so it's like I wasn't actually hurt at all. It was just
I wish I had your luck.
Yeah.
I just avoid confrontation at all costs.
The most recent one was, Misty Shore had one of their drones go down, so they chose random people and like go check it out, right? I had literally learned mage armor from Rayesh like 10-15 minutes prior, and if I hadn't learned it, I just would have been bisected because I didn't have my armor then. There's nothing here. There was a giant axe hurtling towards me, so I just got shoved into a wall instead of just so I'm really lucky.
Yeah, I've learned even with armor, you still get that
want to be in a situation
this
like
is
that.
a fake plastic arm at the moment.
I mean, it was like a more blunt than sharp, so
Oh no, I mean I've had blunt ones as
mage
well.
armor help it spread and not just focus.
I mean, I've had a boulder thrown at me, and it's because of that my rib betrayed me and stabbed me in the lung.
Yeah, the most I've had is like a crazy dog in the Feywilds bite me and make me hallucinate. It was this little white fluffy dog.
I wish I had that.
It was this little white fluffy dog. Like, it was small even to me, and it was so fast. I've never seen something so fast. It was insane.
I would happily
just
take
held
that
on.
over the exploding dogs.
They've all gone through so
yeah,
much.
It's just a tiny fluffy dog where when it bites
And
you,
they
you just
talk
start
about it
seeing
like
things.
it's nothing. Oh my gosh.
It was raining popsicles.
Wait, it
just get
rains popsicles? Or was it the hallucination that rained popsicles? I'm so confused.
I mean, you've got gold, you can... nano machines.
So yeah, I have gold in my blood, and like the past week I've been encountering all this lightning stuff.
Yeah,
Which
no,
is
ever since I
weird.
got the arm that is really conductive to lightning, suddenly just tons of enemies with lightning and just straight into my nervous system.
I was like, last week I got a face full of lightning from a necromancer. Then I got hit in the leg by a shock baton from a what was it? Some what is it called? I don't know, little flesh
Oh, the roly ball thing?
golem thing.
Oh.
Flesh golem, that's what it was. That's running around the Lotus. And then I had met you, which lightning aptitude. In the span of like a week and a half. And before I had nothing.
Well, I only know mage armor right now, so it's not like I can do much lightning stuff. So I just shoot
Oh yeah,
stuff.
my boss is also lightning, and she's currently kind of crazed at the moment, so it's fun.
I really need to get
And how are you
insulated
this
suit.
fine evening?
Enjoying all the new faces.
Mm.
Yeah, there's quite a few new faces.
Yes.
This is the first I've seen Corn on ages.
She's been here a few times. She's just never been in a suit before, though.
Yeah, it's kind of a new thing. I'm amazed she's being such an amazing parent as Trigger at the moment.
Yeah, I've been like living here for almost a month, so.
Bye bye.
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 Bye. You too.
You ready for bumpy ride?
Wow.
Baby.
Off I go. I blame Cord for my
Magic is weird.
Romanism. Yes. I spent an
I'm sorry,
hour
she
and
was
45
only
minutes with
born a
that
couple
woman and I
months
became a
ago.
Roman.
She was born only a couple months ago, now
Why
she's a 4-year-old. Magic
That's
is
why I
bullshit.
like my home space. My home space makes sense. There's order.
It doesn't to me.
My home place makes sense because there's order and no magic. You're in a ship, you enter a solar system. The solar system goes, who are you? What is your ship? What are you carrying? Okay, park here. Here it's just like, free roam.
Yeah.
Do
My
whatever you
people,
want.
it's just kind of like, hey, do you want to join us? Sweet. Follow these tenants. Get your armor.
What'd you think,
This is
Alice?
crazy bullshit.
Just how different everyone is, but I don't know, it's just nice.
Yeah, I know I'm green. It's crazy.
Wouldn't be the first person who was green that I've met.
But my particular
Yeah.
shade is more of a bluish green.
This is true.
You know? Mm-hmm.
I think I've only met 2 other green people. And they were both old.
I met a fair amount of green people actually. And one person who should be green but was blue. That was interesting.
I can only know 2
You don't really see blue goblins. They're usually greens and yellows and orange and stuff.
I've only known them to be green.
Hmm?
Goblins, I've only seen green goblins.
Well, generally, I
Including
guess
movie ones.
specifically hobgoblins are usually the more on the yellowish side. The warmer side is the right way to put it. Yeah.
Yep, so I was going tomato mode again.
Uh-oh.
It's always something with just either means she's really angry or really embarrassed by something.
Her hair is pulsing.
Yep, that means we're gonna erupt in flames soon.
I'm fine. I don't know, think about it. Somebody that is used to... How much do you know in regards to magic tech? Are you like really advanced into it, or...?
I don't know, it's kind of like my main thing. I could literally smell mana crystals, so... I became more
do they
obsessed with
smell like?
crystals than
You mean
than
kind
gold.
of like how we can smell gold?
Well, I mean,
yeah?
honestly, it depends on the element, but mana just. It's hard.
Okay,
I
fine.
know this is weird
Oh,
to say,
you
but
can
mana,
smell gold.
like just
Yeah,
pure
I
mana,
can't.
just smells like mana. It's like how water tastes like water. You know?
Is
Yeah, I was
fire
about to say,
spicy?
Hmm?
Is fire spicy?
Fire,
Sometimes,
what, fireman?
I guess. I don't taste it.
Or
I smell. I mean, like smells spicy.
Kind of. Sometimes it depends on where you get it.
does it come close to any like foods that you have smelled or anything, or is it just so unique that you can't really describe?
No, it doesn't smell like food.
Okay.
Yeah, my nose is like really overwhelmed because like people like usually just have like their natural smell or like cologne or perfume, and then if they have any bit of magic in them, especially if it's a lot, that smell like overpowers the other smell. So Alric, my boyfriend, he just smells like Yankee candles to me, magic wise. So it's like really overwhelming, and it's a bunch of different things, and it's like it's kind of hard to shut off, but I gotten used to it, I guess.
I take it you can't smell psionics then?
Psionics isn't really
Yeah, I smell like a normal person then.
Yes, you smell very, very normal.
Yeah, because I can't do magic.
I don't know. I like normal person smell. You know.
Yeah, no, I thought I was just bog standard human, and all of a sudden, hey, you've got brain powers.
I just thought it was a goblin who was somehow really in touch with crystals and magitech stuff, and turns out I do have it in me to cast magic. I just need to learn.
I'm just normal for my race.
I remember I met someone who is Fae, and they were really interested in my guns, and they hated the idea that I would just find crystals and then put them in the gun and shoot them out instead of just using the crystals as a fuel source. Instead, I just shoot the whole crystal.
Where's the issue with that? That sounds amazing.
Oh, I mean, it works really, really well, but they're saying it's wasteful, and it's like, what are you gonna do with the crystal? And it's like, I can go pick it back up if you really want me to.
Well, I mean, if it's
Exactly,
so
as
damn
you're shooting and you're
good.
moving forward, you just pick the ammo back up that you just shot.
Yeah, it's got like a bow and arrow.
It's like arrows.
Or
Yeah.
or it's like you know, just redistributing mana to different places, I guess.
Yeah,
you know.
because you can't destroy energy. It just gets turned into a different form of energy.
Yeah, it still hurts. You know it still hurts.
They didn't like my railgun. That's the main thing they didn't like. They were fine with everything else because it was small. And then
It's
they
a
didn't like
railgun?
the idea.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if I can
Sorry, I'm
shoot it
building my
anywhere
own
in here. Your own what?
Love to see it.
I'm building my own railgun.
Do you want to see my railgun?
It's. Are we comparing guns?
That basically is a railgun. It's just
Do you want to see? Do you want to see? I like it. It's the second one I've made. The first one was mostly made of wood, and it had a high risk of catching on fire, and that actually happened once.
I'll
So-
be over here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And besides, can you use it in the training?
Reasons of me being hunted. Things didn't like me.
I get this. I was asking if Luxon is also like you.
No, he's an Azamar. He is only the half.
Oh.
As far as I've known.
Luke is similar to Sienna. They're both asthma.
Hmm? Hi, Miss Amber.
Hi.
did not know that, but thank you.
I don't say it usually. I don't talk about it usually.
You are sure?
I've
heard you talk about it a few times. This is why I was not surprised.
I mention the name, but I don't go in deep depth about it. And I only mention it to
I
certain
just did
people.
not know what it was. You
It's
seemed
fine.
like a human, so I just...
That's then I guess kind of what I usually want people only on the surface to know. I act and look physically like a human, but soul is just a different story altogether. It's kind of why if you ever hear or see a demon and they ask what Nephilim is, they usually say it's gross. It's disgusting.
I'm sorry to hear this.
Yeah. I've lived with it. I've walked this path and I haven't stopped being what I am. Can't really change it either, so. Hi, Liza. I am gonna take a second to breathe.
See what I mean about uniqueness? Everybody has their own things besides what's on the outside.
Yes.
Everybody has some type of gift that they were given or born with. Connections.
Not all of us.
Never know what somebody's living with or coexisting with, really. Other than my magic, it's me and Ariel. But other than that, I'm actually as plain as it gets. Everybody's got a little bit of something. And how's your night?
Mine's going pretty well. What about yours?
I would say
I'm fine.
the throat.
That's good to hear.
How's the reading coming along?
I think I've gotten through most of the book.
Right, you don't actually have to sleep, do you? You just read and read and read.
Hmm.
You know how much paperwork I'd actually get done if I didn't have to sleep?
Maybe
Isn't there a spell for that?
maybe
I'm gonna read over those
30%
books.
more than you already get done already.
No, I think I can learn to speed read if I had enough time. It's kind of like a practice over time thing, isn't it? Then I'd be able to learn how to use those computers.
Fair enough.
I could help with paperwork since I don't need to sleep.
Well, I would appreciate that. Some of it is confidential that I handle, so unfortunately I can't let you see all of that. Also, Miss Hybris keeps getting mad. Apparently, she says stop using post-it notes to take the actual notes to send to her. I didn't know there was other options on that computer, so...
I can see why. I can see why Hybris would get upset at that.
They were all there. There's just 25 of them.
That's probably why.
What else was I supposed to use? I didn't know there was anything else there until she showed me. I didn't exactly take a course for this. Like, I handle magic. I don't do technology.
Fair enough.
Hmm. Look, I had a hard enough time learning to use the microwave when I first came to the material plane.
I have barely learned to text.
That too. Well, that came a little bit easier once I realized it was just letters, keyboards, and... That part was a lot easier. You seem to do a good job already, don't you? Hey, she learns quicker than I do.
I never had a
Did learn how to
phone
use the
before
game
coming
system.
Here, but I had seen them before. And Belchan, she shows me how.
I'll see, you had somebody to teach you. Okay, in hindsight, I could have just asked one of the kids. Yeah, I probably should have.
Never hurts to ask for help.
Yeah, but there was a lot of process that we were doing at the time, especially with agents and offices. We just started to get a whole staff group going, actually. It was more like it was scattered, and I slowly started to get the paperwork and kind of processed it all at once and realized that we could technically build a pseudo chain of command in a way. At least how I structured things from the Knights. I just kind of filled it in as I went along. It helped. At least I hope it did.
Speaking of help, I was wondering if you could show me to one of the offices, because I never actually was shown to where I could, you know, have my sessions with the agents.
Right. Yeah, I could show you the office that I usually use. You can use it. It's pretty much whoever needs to at the time. It's just, you know, the log books and things. I'll be right back. There's also a shelf with some supplies on it, so if you see something that's not in use, you can feel free to use it. Usually keep a logbook too. Same thing with the medical supplies on the cabinet. BB started asking that we actually write down who takes what. Unless it's like, you know, an emergency, then it's kind of afterwards.
Of course, treat the emergency first. You know, stock takes second.
Yeah, paperwork afterwards. Alcohols? I think I never actually asked what they are. Not that, you know, Miss Hyper's telling me what they are, I would actually know. As you know, the computer lab is open to the agents, so if you ever needed to use anything in there, far back ones are more for scientific purposes, things like that.
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, the hum of machinery is
Anyways,
a little bit distracting.
the office there is usually locked at night. You can access it when there's no agents walking around. That way you just close it up, do all your paperwork that you need without being bothered. This one's more of the open access. It's usually unlocked. When you go in, you can kind of just choose to lock it if you want to.
Of course.
Other than that, it's pretty set. Like I said, the shelving, most of all the logbooks and files are right there. Usually alphabetical. Some of it is outdated. I was not around when some of it was created, so I didn't feel right to touch some of it. I mean...
Fair enough.
Beakers, flasks, simple things. The current one being used is housing some types of blood samples that I have. Some logbooks that I currently have running from the last missions and training sessions. If you need to contact Miss Hybris from here, you can. It's just kind of a module system. I've learned a thing or two about it. At least I know how to do that much. Other than that, it's pretty much it. Like, free access used to the computer system.
Of course. It seems, more than equipped enough for, what I should be doing. Although seeing as we're
Alright, you should
here,
be all set.
and it's just the two of us.
Hmm?
Well, why don't you be the first one?
I mean, it's for the agents, isn't it?
I mean, it's for everyone.
I understand that. Well, in a way, yes, I get that, but I feel like the agents kind of need that more.
I don't intend to keep you long. I just intend to... What's the best way to put it? A bit more of a proper introduction to things. Look, if they see that you've gone and, had a short little session with me, perhaps it will, incentivize them that, it's not so bad. I don't intend to keep you down here for a full session, just a few moments.
No, I understand. Alright, fair enough. Ask your questions. Get it out of the way.
Of course, of course. I suppose my most important question would be, how do you view yourself in relationship to everyone else here?
I'm the instructor. I teach them what they need to survive out during a mission. And if they need somebody to talk to, and it's not something that is too out of my realm, I give my advice when it's needed, but try not to overstep my bounds. I've had it bite me before, and I realize that I don't know a lot of things, so try not to overstep anymore.
I can respect that as an answer. I respect that you acknowledge that you have a lot that you don't know, and you accept that, you know, you accept that there are things that you shouldn't answer on, that you should pass that question to someone who might be more knowledgeable.
I tried to do that recently, and it ended horribly. So I learned from that mistake. There are people better suited to answer some questions than me.
Yes. Yes, there are. There's people better suited than me to answer a lot of the questions that people will probably come to me with.
Yeah, but now I have you, and not to want to, pass the buck, but you're probably a lot smarter in that category than I am.
Well,
I'm just
yes.
a farm boy turned knight, so there's only so much I can help with.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily passing the buck if that's what I'm here to do. Suppose one of the other important questions I have is, with the people that are here, with the agents that are here, who do you feel is most in need of whatever services that I may be able to offer them?
That would probably be a tough tie between BB and Zakoto. Slade is there, but he has his moments of clarity where I understand I can trust him in his judgment. As long as he doesn't get angry and takes time to focus, but BB and Zakoto both have times where it's self-destructive. Zakoto fears her abilities more than anything. I think she fears that it makes her different from others, which is why I try to point out that Saya's different, I'm different, everybody has something that's unique about them. If it's magical, technological.
Yes, her fear needs to be... It doesn't necessarily need to be removed because, fear is important. But the thing that she fears needs to be understood that it shouldn't be feared. It is something that should be accepted and embraced. Because I feel if she continues to fear her powers... Damn it. Bastards. Why? Bastards.
Hallway and shut down.
That is twice tonight.
Understandable. It's the last thing I said.
Or was I? Oh yeah, I feel that if she continues to fear her powers, only chaos and, you know, torment and bad things can come from it. Her powers are a part of her whether she wants to believe they're good or not. If she chooses to fear them, only the worst may come.
Understanding what she has is taking me a little bit longer because it's not natural magic. I have a starting point, but reading over the documentation that I was given and word of mouth, each one is different. They're very unique. Belle is similar, but she possesses different traits and abilities than Sakoto. What scares Sakoto is the growth rate, really, what she can do. Being able to talk into somebody's mind is fine, but what happens when she becomes more advanced? She could do things that are more dangerous. A person's mind is fragile.
A person's mind is fragile, but the ability to see into a person's mind, the ability to find what may be causing them the harm or the sadness, can be a very powerful tool.
Yeah, you're right. As much damage as she could deal, she could also help somebody heal.
Imagine that in my line of work as a therapist. Imagine if I could sit there and find the exact thoughts that someone has, the self-doubts, any little thing that they have that continues to tear them down.
I did talk to her because she has a habit of being curious and without thinking, peeking in. But I understand it's more of a stretching her legs, well, her mind in a way.
Yes.
Which is why I let her know whenever she wants to. She can pop into mine. For the most part.
It should definitely be something that is nurtured rather than reprimanded.
I don't want to tell her she can't. I just wanted to let her know that there's limitations to what is allowed.
Yes, there should be
at least courtesy-wise.
Yes, common courtesies and what's the proper etiquette with others?
Privacy, basically.
Yes, privacy, consent.
Yeah, I kind of equated it to the reason I don't just hit people with truth circles all day.
Yes,
it's kind of a messed up thing to do.
I have a more personal question. Not necessarily regarding yourself, but...
Well, we're already there, so feel free.
Is there perhaps any soothing ointments or creams on board the station? That old wound that I mentioned the other day is only managed to get worse, and pain is
there is
distracting.
A few things for like burns that we've had some of the agents use. And we've even used those on infernal injuries, so they're pretty potent. Other than that, I have healing that I use sometimes when the agents have external injuries. It's going to soothe for a little bit, but it's not going to remove the wound. I'm not that well versed. Unless it's an open wound. But considering you said it's an old scar.
It's quite old, yes. The former might be the better option.
Well, that's simply in the medical shelf.
If you might be so kind to help me find that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, all the jars should be labeled, but yeah, I can help you with that.
Yeah, that would be great, actually.
Alright. I'm guessing sooner rather than later?
Yes, please. It's only managed to get worse over the past few days.
Alright. You know, I was expecting a lot more personal questions, but...
I didn't exactly want to keep us down here and away from everyone else.
Not as bad as I thought, you know? Maybe another time. Definitely.
Yes, I try to keep my sessions a little bit different than how many would traditionally view a therapy session. In the many years that I've been doing my work, I've learned that therapy in itself is a ever-growing medicine, one that can't be stuck to with the original teachings.
Thank you, John.
Mhm.
What do you do when you are afraid of your
Whatever's most potent will probably be the best.
This one... I got stabbed by these weird infernal snake thing. They had some infernal venom, and they were putting that on the open wound, so... I'll just log that off. Once you bring it back, you can just check the box back in.
Of course.
Should be good enough.
Yes, I may
And then
quickly run
if you need
back.
to use the medical, you can have the curtains. Just ask the bot.
Yes.
People actually forget that we have privacy screens sometimes. You know, it's fine.
That's true. Well, it's definitely helping.
I didn't know if you wanted some tea.
Tea would be nice, yes, please.
Okay. I'll just make the water there's a bunch of tea bags on the shelf.
Thank you.
If you do want any holy healing, just let me know.
Of course.
Never had.
Yes. No, I'm not entirely sure why it flared up at all in the first place. All I know is it hurts. There we go. Hi.
Hmm?
Zaya says I should talk to you.
If you would like to, yes. I am more than happy to have a private conversation with you if you would like.
I mean, I'm making tea. It'll be ready when you guys get back.
Okay.
I'll be here.
If you'll follow me then. I already gave a little sampling to Hezekiah before, so you're technically not the first. I made mention to Hezekiah before that I view therapy as an ever-evolving type of medicine, something that changes from when we are taught about it in school, from the books that we learn and things like that. Because the books can only teach us so much. It is the people that we meet, the conversations that we have, that truly teach us that every person is different, and that a book can only go so far with a person. I would like to invite you into this session with an open mind. If you want, you can have the seat. I know there's only one, but I'm perfectly fine standing.
I have no preference.
Of course. Hezekiah mentioned to me that you are, I guess, afraid with the progress that you're making with your powers.
A little, yes.
And that's entirely understandable. It's something it's new and it's different. It's something that you didn't really have a very good understanding of before, but it's something that you're excelling at a, at a very good rate. It's not entirely something to be afraid of.
I just do not want to hurt anyone with it.
At least
by
not
accident.
intentionally, yes. Which is understandable. I would never want to intentionally hurt anyone in any way, shape, or form. That's why I've personally chosen to never take up a weapon or choose to fight with anyone. That's why I prefer to de-escalate things with the use of words and reason rather than with magic or weapons or with fists. Because the mind is a powerful weapon on its own, but it doesn't have to be used in a way that is violent. It can be used in a way that is reasonable, that is logical. But it doesn't have to be without emotion. It doesn't have to be without a heart, without a soul. When you start to be afraid of things, when you start to be afraid of yourself, you start to make mistakes. Those mistakes can eventually lead to hurting someone, intentionally or unintentionally.
But how can I not be afraid of it? I have hurt people already.
It's perfectly fine and understandable to be afraid of it, especially if you have hurt people with it already. The important part is to not let that fear be the controlling factor in the use of that power. The fear should be there as a means of tempering the expectations of the power that you use. It should be there much like an anchor to keep yourself centered and balanced.
But if I'm not careful, I will hurt people when I don't want to.
Of course. By no means am I saying to disregard the fear, to be careless and reckless.
Then I suppose I'm not sure I understand what you are saying.
The fear you have shouldn't be a means of holding yourself back. It shouldn't be a means of making you second guess yourself. It should be a means of making sure things are right the first time.
I guess, but it still happens. Things happen and I sometimes panic. I lose control. And if it keeps getting stronger, the chance that I will hurt someone even worse is... I don't want to hurt people, but I am also... I don't know what to do. I am trying to trust Sensei, but he does not understand it either. He tells me this. We are just guessing. I try to find people who understand, but sometimes even they do not know what to say. Many of them are also like me. They do not know enough. I do not want to have to be afraid of it if I do not need to, but this has happened before.
Mm-hmm.
And not just once. I'm afraid that that it will happen again when I least expect it.
The fear is definitely understandable, as it is very important that it should be. It's not necessarily something that I can, personally comprehend with the power that you have. It is every bit of a mystery to me as it is to your sensei and the others that you have talked to about it. But if you continue to be afraid to the point where practicing even on things that you already know that you can do becomes a difficult task. It may only become more dangerous. And the risk of hurting someone, or even worse, may only get higher. Understanding the power that you have can only come from using it, practicing with it. And mistakes will most certainly happen. The unfortunate truth is that it may be better to have the mistakes happen when the risk of injury to others is low, rather than letting it progress to a state where risk of injury or even death may occur.
I suppose that does make sense.
The power is a part of you, and it shouldn't be something you're afraid of. It shouldn't be something that you're afraid to use or learn more about and learn how to control better.
It is okay to be afraid of it, but you are saying I should continue to learn to control because I am afraid?
Yes. Because the more you learn to control it, and the more you learn to minimize those risks, the less fear you'll have about what you can do now. And then whenever you start to learn something new, whatever fear you had of what you learned before won't carry over into whatever new power you may learn. But if you choose to let the fear you have stay with what you have currently, it may only result in compounding into the fear of learning something new, and thus make things worse.
But what will I do if people do not see it this way? If something happens again?
It's something that's new to a lot of people, from what you've said. A lot of people don't understand this. And people end up being afraid of things that they don't understand, regardless of whether they're good or bad, whether they have good intentions or bad intentions. But that shouldn't stop you. And that shouldn't change your own feelings towards your power. Because if you allow the outside forces, the outside feelings of those people to continue to cloud your own feelings, only the worst can come. Accidents happen all the time. Whenever people learn, accidents happen. It's just a part of life. Even with all of the years that I have been giving therapy to people, all of the different patients that I have had, I have made mistakes. There are people that I have been unable to help because I made mistakes. But I took those mistakes and I learned from them, and whenever I got to another scenario where I could make that mistake again, I thought back to that previous mistake and I didn't make it again.
You are saying that I should not make the mistake again, and that I will learn from it, which, yes, I want to. What about everyone else?
The people here, everyone on this station seems to be very, very understanding of the powers that each other has. Everyone on this station is so different from one another, and yet they talk and they laugh and they feel for one another as if they were of their own flesh and blood siblings, their own family. You shouldn't be afraid to make mistakes around these people.
But what if I accidentally hurt one of them? Won't they hate me? This happened before.
I don't think they would hate you at all. It's an accident. It's not something you ever meant to do. I've been told that you can read surface level thoughts, and I'm not sure if you were told whether or not you could enter mine, but for the sake of...
I have not asked you, so I am not supposed to touch.
For the sake of your own progress, you have my permission. Because even if you make a mistake, I won't get mad at you. Because I want you to be able to have a way that you can continue to learn about your own powers.
You're not afraid?
I don't have any reason to be afraid.
Thank you.
Your power is something that is special to you. It is a part of you. It is a part of who you are. It is something that to you should be cherished. It shouldn't be something that you hide away because of fear of hurting someone with it. It is something that you of course, you need to practice with in order to better understand what it can do and the potential that it has. And if it means that I open up my mind to you in order to help you to further your own progress in making sure that you have a better control over your power. I have no reason to be afraid of doing so. There is nothing you have shown me in your attitude, your body language, or anything that has given me reason to fear you.
You say this, but I find it so hard to believe. I have hurt people before with this, and I have lost control. Before I even knew what it was, and I'm afraid I have done it again.
I'm a pretty resilient individual.
So was Nitsan. But for 2 days, he was almost like he was dead. And I am worried I may have caused
It's important to worry about the people that you've hurt. It's important to remember that.
that does not scare you.
It doesn't scare me as much as it concerns me. And it only concerns me because I have concern for you.
I do not understand why. Why does this not scare you? If it were me, I would be afraid. If someone could kill me with a thought.
It's something I came to terms with a long time ago. But there's a large portion of my own mind that I don't know about. There are years of my life that are just blank. In a sense, doesn't that sort of feel like death in itself? If years of your life are just missing?
I don't know. I don't. I think I remember everything that I have lived. Even the things I do not want to remember.
I've spent my entire life choosing to put my life to help others. Choosing to help you is no different than the hundreds of others that I have chosen to help before you.
So you are just not afraid to die? That is what it is?
I wouldn't say that I'm not afraid to die, just that I've come to terms with the eventuality that at some point it'll happen. And I hope that the people that I have helped in the years that I have been around will be the legacy that I have left behind. And if that's the case, then I'm happy.
But what about everyone else?
That's always the question now, isn't it? It's the question that you have right now. It's always the what if. What if I died? What would happen to everyone else that still needs my help? What if you hurt someone again? What would happen then? Our minds can sit here and come up with dozens and dozens of what if questions. And any one of them can come true. The issue is that we constantly dwell on them so much that one of them that we may not like may end up being the one that comes true. Am I afraid of dying? Sure. Who isn't really afraid of dying? But it doesn't change the fact that if I died helping someone, it would be a meaningful death. You can be afraid to hurt someone as much as you want. But in the end, all that's going to do is push your mind, push your feelings and emotions into a state that will cause it to happen more often.
I guess I just still am not sure.
The fear you have affects the judgments that you're making. It affects your confidence in your own abilities. While you're using them, you're sitting there and you're thinking back to the times you hurt others. And it affects your emotions while you're using your abilities. Like you said, you start to panic and bad things start happening. You panic because you're afraid, right? The panic and the fear is trying to keep you safe. Yes, you don't want to mess up, but that panic and the fear is causing it to mess up because it's causing your emotions to become unstable while you're using your power. Because the fear and the panic is putting you into the same unstable state that caused you to hurt the people before you. It's causing your concentration to falter.
I just have to learn to not panic.
A little bit of learn to not panic, but also a little bit of learn to live with that fear. You learn to accept the fear. Learn to accept the fact that you have hurt people before. And the fact that they are still okay now. You hurt Slade, but Slade still seems to be, well, walking around. The other people you've hurt are still around, are they not?
Yes, but if it was all okay, would I even be here? I am here because I have hurt people.
You're not here because you've hurt people.
People did not want me.
You're here.
They were afraid.
You're here because you have the ability to do so much more. Everyone on this station seems to have some purpose about them that allows them to do so much for so many. I even mentioned it to Zakaya earlier. Because he mentioned he was concerned about your fear, about what happens when your power grows. What happens when you can go further than surface level into someone's thoughts. And my own immediate thought wasn't sorrow, despair, it was imagine my own line of work as a therapist. Imagine being able to go into someone's mind and find the worst parts that continue to pull someone down, that continue to take someone and tear themselves apart. Imagine the ability to find that and to be able to tell them it's going to be okay. The ability to help someone in that unique sense. And even Hezekiah hadn't even thought about it that way. You also have to think about how much good that a power like yours can have.
I am just afraid, Zane. do not want to mess up again and be forced away again.
I don't think anyone here would ever want to force you away from anything.
This has happened before. Why would it not happen again?
There's something about the people here. There is something special. I see it in so many of them, just standing here and watching them. They're all different. They embrace differences. They don't shun them. They don't push them away. I haven't been here. I haven't been a part of Aegis. I haven't been on this station for that long. But that is one very important thing that I have seen in the short time that I have been here. Is how accepting of the uniqueness of every individual that is here.
Guess we will just wait and see then. They mess up again and they send me away.
I don't think they will send you. And my offer still stands. You are welcome to practice with my mind if you wish. And if you mess up, you have my word that I will not be upset with you.
Okay.
Would you like to go back and have some tea?
He says it is ready.
Okay, well, let's go have some tea then. Yeah, chest definitely still hurts. Cream didn't last long.
Okay, teabag first. Fine. I'll listen to you this once.
Getting schooled on tea making?
Yeah, I haven't been doing it for 300 plus years, so apparently I don't know what I'm doing.
That's fair.
The boxes are pretty much put out there. You can choose which one you like.
Yes, thank you. Ooh, a selection. I'm terrible with decision making at this point. There's too many options.
I got used to it, so I started just buying them after I stopped drinking.
Fair. I think I'll go with
Yeah,
green
I didn't want to
tea.
ever get bored.
Fair.
Yeah, same. And it's great. It works hot or cold.
It's true, it does.
Or you can cheat like me, and if you decide halfway through you want cold, you just, spell it up.
Yeah. Cheater.
Yeah, there's those magic people, like, they just cheat all the time.
Look, I can heat and cool things. I'm going to use it, okay? The 2 pitches are there, Sakoto, if you wanted a bowl. And then
Thank you, Sensei.
whichever box you want to use, there's different ones. You're more than welcome to serve yourself a cup if you wanted.
Not much of a tea person. I think my family
Well,
ruined
there's still
that for me.
cold drinks in the fridge if you wanted. I believe Saya said there's some strawberry kiwi stuff in there.
It's very tempting.
I personally like the citrus one, but that's what I drink in the mornings before training.
Ooh, yeah, citrus is a definitely good morning.
Yeah, that's a good way to get you woken up. I just naturally wake up and I'm not really tired. Oh, because I'm always tired, so I'm not tired after waking up, because I just am. I am tired.
I wake up no matter what now. Force of habit from the military.
I guess I shouldn't say I'm tired, I'm just weary, I think that's the word.
always at the same level of energy now. Sometimes I
Yeah.
sleep extra long.
Every now and then I get a burst of energy. But usually it's just what you see is what you get. It's just slow dog. Unless I'm getting shot at, then it's fast dog.
Yeah.
That's where the energy comes in. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just
Yeah.
adrenaline addicted. So I'm just always tired unless, I'm being shot at.
Goodness, am I an adrenaline junkie? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
I'm not awake unless I'm out on patrol fighting something. That would be a revelation.
Mm. Got it. So I should just, wake up, have some adrenaline. I'm sure that's perfectly healthy.
I mean, some people prefer caffeine in the morning, but I'm not a coffee drinker.
Ah, yes, coffee.
It smells good, but I've tried it once when I initially got here. It just tasted like dirt. I've already tasted enough dirt, thank you.
I mean, it's
I like
a
the smell.
dried bean. It came
crushed bean juice.
Yeah, it's crushed
Yeah,
bean
I
juice.
don't
It
get how
technically
people
did come from dirt.
can drink it. Yeah.
Too bitter.
I don't know how people
I
can
don't,
drink it.
not my.
So nothing against tea, but tea just.
Hmm?
Coffee.
Coffee beans, some do, yes.
I never looked into it, but that sounds like it's right.
Would you call them dirt because they're ground?
They're brown. They taste like dirt. You ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say your puns are terrible, but they're not made of paper.
I've been to the Feywilds. All day. All day.
Just puns all day?
6 different fairies. 6 different fairies. 2 sprites. Even sometimes the frogs.
Wait, he's a rock. His weakness is paper. Got it. So if
I mean,
spot you,
technically it
just
is
sheet of
paperwork.
paper.
That's true. Paperwork does defeat you.
Look, at least I took the blanket and pillow out of the office. That wasn't in there when I did the tour, right? There, I'm making progress.
Yes, that's true. That's
It wasn't there
that
during
is
the
true.
tour. Is it there
Yeah, I
now?
shoved it in the locker. What? Yeah. Recently,
Sometimes.
only because I had a lot to do. Look, it happens.
I think I need to make you a freaking assistant VI just so then you can get rid of the paperwork.
Or just build them a fold-out bed in the office. Just have it come out of the
See, I
wall.
requested that.
Yeah.
I requested that. Miss Hybris denied it for obvious reasons.
Just get 2 eye hooks in the wall, then put a hammock.
The day I put modifications to Miss Hybris's office for the that's the day I think I might get fired.
Just get 2 really strong magnets and put them on the walls.
I'm not gonna touch this. I don't know what that would do to the walls.
That's fine. Just
Oh, if they even magnetized,
Fair.
magnetic
Fair point.
is hot like magnetic. See, I don't even want to test that.
Is everything here just hard light?
Some of the walls, yes, I think, for the most part.
Just
Never
order.
thought about that.
I don't know.
order
It's technology.
I mean, if I'm gonna use it for therapy sessions, just order some giant beanbags.
Okay, that probably would be helpful. But now you're just feeding my addiction negatively, aren't you? You're making it easier for me to sit there on hours on end doing paperwork.
I mean, doesn't paperwork get easier when you're comfortable?
Why don't you just do?
You're not wrong, but still, I know that's a bad habit and I shouldn't do it. You're reverse psychologying me.
Is it actually like literal paperwork?
I mean, some of it is filing things away. Most of it is on the but half and half, really. It's some of it is, some of it isn't.
I was about to say, why do you have so much actual paper? Take it to station. You have computers. There's hard light. You
Most
can
of
literally be
I say
laying in your
paperwork.
bed and have everything above you, so that you can just. Do
Yes,
it
they're
while
mostly
resting.
printed out. It's mostly printouts, yes. It's not actually me writing things down. It's more like the paperwork is printed out. Yeah. It's just helpful. Old-fashioned.
Guess I'm just lucky because everything. If I ever need to do paperwork, I just. Oh. It happened again. You can join us, support them. Don't have to stay over there.
Just put my cup.
You're okay.
We just all look at Sakura.
I was just listening to you talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good at it to confuse Eva now with all the magic science that I have deduced.
Yeah, that was a lot to talk about. Did the stuff work?
Yes, for the most part.
Good to know. Feel free to kind of keep that on hand if you wanted. We'll just restock it.
Of course. I may end up having to at this rate.
Well, we do have a lot of well-trained professionals on board, so...
Sadly, I will not be joining the engineering team. But I guess my cyber says enough.
Yeah, considering the two that take up the small spot that we do have available right now, understandable.
I was asking more in the way like I wouldn't be an agent because I don't know. I feel you have enough, or just I don't need to be. I'm already part of Lotus. I just joined another group, Keith's. I don't need to end up being like Slade and be like part of 4 or 5 different groups.
Yes, don't spread yourself too thin.
Well, this was just gonna be kind of station side stuff.
Just for you to keep maintenance and
which
cheaper.
She has, so that way because I wanted to do something. To kind of pay for me being here instead of just paying because I like to be helpful. But there's only nothing I can really do, so I'll just pay the rent, as it were.
Pretty much. I mean, if we ever need anything extra, we know where to go, so it does make it easier to find things when we do need it. So, in that sense.
I do have just resources sitting on my ship, so.
It's nice to know. I'm not technologically involved, so if you ever wanted to tally up things and let Ion or Ethereal know, that would be a them.
My ship has everything tracked for at least what I have, so.
Well, if we ever need to send an inquiry.
Considering he likes to blast lasers in random directions, so.
You know, understandable.
It's like, I know the inside of my ship will not care, but I'd still rather not have random energy beams flying around. There are still some sensitive things.
I mean, not put charge marks on the sides of my ship.
No.
Yes.
I already had to do some repainting. From the attempted boarding.
Set books down.
Oh. You know, I'm in the middle of the ship. There we go.
Take it went well?
I hope so. I hope I made at least some progress.
Kind of over a period of time sort of deal, I would guess.
Yes, definitely an over period of time. I mean, that's sort of what it always is. You're never gonna fix everything with one go.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully she'll sort things out. It seems like she's feeling guilty, but hopefully in time she'll smooth things over.
After every mission, there's always going to be a thing after every mission.
Yes.
Even if everything goes perfectly to plan.
Yes, indeed. I mean,
It's just the way it is.
We may have to start making it mandatory. With how some of these people are.
I didn't want to. But I might.
Even if not for a session, just to allow them a chance to decompress.
In a sense, yes.
Yes, that's my people. We had we had people specifically designated to literally make memes. So, in the middle of, a stressful situation, whenever your stress is getting high, a random meme will pop up, depending on, what you're just now dealing with, to give you a laugh and kind of recenter yourself. And a lot of the time, lots of the troops, they just play music as well. It tends to help with the morale. Despite me sitting in a muddy, bombed out trench, my morale was, not terrible. I guess you could say.
Yes, I thought of a good one with Hezekiah a moment ago, but I refrained from saying it.
Really? No.
Yes, you said you weren't very technologically inclined, and I said, does that mean you're from the Stone Age?
He's very hard-headed.
I believe that's from before my time, and I'm not very technologically advanced.
It's funny because rock magic.
Oh.
Rock So does that make him a caveman? He only knows use rock.
I know holy spells also.
Okay, shaman.
I'm the holy stone.
No, it's just light
I'm
rock
cast
instead
first.
of it's light rock instead of heavy metal.
See, he's just marble. That's what he is. Marble man.
As long as I'm not mistaken for granite.
I would never take you for granted.
There it is. There it is.
You'll lock yourself into that one. Or I should say, you rolled yourself into that one.
Mm-hmm. No, see, the only time I was a holy stone was when I was pelted with arrows.
You were injured?
Yes, back in Elysium once, yes.
Ah.
I was about to say, there's still people that use arrows around here, and then I remembered the furry knights. I got those.
Well, they were more magical-based arrows, but yes, they were basically arrows.
Yeah, I just had a small lapse of judgment on the overall technological level of everything. Here it's just... You have spaceships, but then you also have feudal knights. So...
Well, I mean, I still use a sword.
I mean, to be fair, my people still use swords or blades, but it's not our main weapon. We have these. If we're using a blade, it
cannot use
generally is
weaponry.
not a good situation.
Well, that's why I have magical armor. A lot of ranged thing hurts.
It's fine.
It's
I don't
usually
use weapons
fast.
either.
Your weapon is your mind.
Yes. My
I
mind
sword
and
through an
yours.
oath of mercy.
True.
I'm pretty sure it would fall apart if I hurt someone.
Well, not everybody is meant for such things. Not everybody is meant for combat.
And we had support mages back in our regiment.
There's researchers, doctors, people that
Yes,
still help
absolutely. Peak comedy.
that don't fight.
I mean, yeah, we had one that she literally was there just to make sure people had good sleep. Really good with her magic.
Yeah. I mean, like I said just a few moments ago, we literally have people just sitting there making memes. There's a meme, literally, of a soldier that had a building on top of them. And they're just kind of, laying there just like, well, great. So I don't think that the concept would translate over because you don't know the people, but it's, I think his name was Vuxton. And it was, Worker Vuxton, you were fined 1 day's pay for, relaxing on the clock. That's, him
They
to buy a
find
building.
him getting fined for laying down on the job.
Yeah. that's the meme.
Fair enough.
He's just getting fined for laying on the job, but you know, he's building on them. It's the military. You're gonna have the dark humor. But like I was saying, we literally have people just making memes just to help the morale, which morale is very important. So.
Man, I
No.
could have used that when I got
No,
here.
Eva, I don't get it either. Yes, I do think the
I mean, it helps
jokes
when you
that I
have a
have made
helmet.
were
It
funny.
just, the helmet and implants just that displays things to your eyes. So
I also
you have all
hope
the
that
information. All the
I
meme
did
pops up.
some good for Dakota.
Yeah, I got dropped here with my gear.
No,
Few
I
magical
actually
objects.
don't know what will happen.
That was better.
Gee, it's our surface thoughts, but
I mean, I
In the
can
alleyway
produce-
too.
Are there muggers in the alleyway?
I'm sure you don't
You're so
mind
happy to
saying
turn the
hi to
corner
someone
and
new,
this
do
is
you?
right there.
No, see, that would have been amazing though. But I mean, I ran into them eventually after a week or two. But I mean, I wasn't alone
What,
at the
the
time.
first time you've spoken to
Yeah, I
someone
mean, that was
without an intermediary in a couple hundred years?
It was just, you know, the whole movie timing thing where, you know, you appear and all, and just so happens somebody
mean-
walks around the corner just after.
It was inevitable,
Like, oh.
considering it's in Zafira. So
Yeah. I mean,
on the
That's why I
bright
just
side,
keep
I,
my shuttle
I
around
ran
them.
into random thugs instead of.
We
people
didn't
with
offer
actual
to
magic, but I might
expose
have been
you.
killed
I
by
offered because
this
she
week I was here.
needs someone
see, that's the thing.
to
It
be
seems
Although
like
to be
able to
fair,
offer
she wouldn't have let
that
me.
sort of practice for her
normal
without the
thugs tend
fear
to not have the
of
best
someone getting upset.
in the way of survival.
That's what holds her
instincts.
back. That fear of
They
making a
will look at
mistake
somebody in
and
full
them getting
power
upset
armor
at
and
her
let's
for
mug
it.
them. This will not
Kinda
go
like,
poorly
what are the
anyway.
off chances that I get that from them? Yeah.
Yeah. That's some nice power armor. Let's go take it with our metal pipes and base plates.
What she needs is the ability to practice to spread her wings, stretch her legs, without that fear. If I can offer that to her, then I will.
So how long have you actually been near this planet or on the material plane?
Oh.
Hmm?
I've been here. I'm not sure now. Probably almost 6 months.
Oh wow. Shows how backdated I am then. I've been here for probably 8 years.
I mean, this planet, I've been here 6 months. I've been alive 19 years, Nubian years,
Hmm.
which translates over to, I think it's 390 now, human years.
And if Hezekiah is not
Okay,
afraid,
well.
then I don't see any reason
Mine
to
are
be
normal
afraid.
years. Spent about 18 to 19-ish of them in Elysium. And then
There's
once
I feel like I wasn't
the-
supposed to read that word.
Probably not.
It happens.
I want to know what word
Mr.
it is now.
Zeke, what is this symbol?
What are you looking at exactly?
Points out one really uncommon symbol. I haven't seen it earlier in the book.
Usually it tends to build off of what the other page was going off of, so you can usually make an inference. What was the title of the last paragraph?
In common?
Hmm.
of divinations and transcendence.
So if you're looking at divination, that is things that deal with past, present, or future to a degree.
Did something pop? Pop.
There are spells like
Yes.
guidance.
My
which
spine.
lets somebody feel what an attacker is about to do. Help them
Yes, my old bones
fight
finally
in combat
popped.
a little bit better. If you're able to openly perceive what your enemy is about to do, it might feel like you're looking at the future when you're just more open to seeing intent. So, those symbols there and there might be the setup for the spell.
Also, thanks
One
both
of them
of
might be a
you.
word,
Thank you,
the other one
Castle
might just be a
Crusher
character.
and
Kind of
Bono
like,
for following. We are currently.
So reading them out might be a casting.
It
I
might
should
just be
avoid
something
that
that
then.
connects
Currently
the flow.
post-therapy session with one of the agents. And just popped a spine.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh god.
Yes. When you do have a
I don't think
casting,
I've
I would
popped
be
that specific
wary.
spine
Sometimes you'll see
bone before.
symbols in a row.
Ow.
They're more like a concept rather than an actual word in Celestial. It's more of a combination of sounds.
So don't read those, okay.
Probably best not to.
Well, I mean, you
think
can.
with time,
Yes,
As
just
long as you don't have intent to cast the spell.
yes.
Which is way different from Sylvan. Sometimes reading those Fey runes cause things to happen.
And it's best just to avoid any sort of time manipulation stuff because, as the saying, as one of our people has said, you can look back in time at a particle, but that will change that particle. The act of observing a particle changes it.
Yes, divination is
That is why
dangerous.
Time is not to be messed with.
It's not really the purpose of my studies anyway. I'm trying to work on protections for my people.
I just know with magic stuff, it seems a lot can go into time thing. It's like, don't mess with it. I'd rather not be dealing with another transphasic dimensional invasion, thank you.
For the most part, it's heightened awareness. I wonder how much far she got.
I'm almost at the end of the book anyway.
I meant Sakoto, but still.
Oh.
She might have gone to the garden. I did before the whole rock thing. A while ago I mentioned that Dr. Bell went there last I saw him, so.
See if I can focus. Oh, she's still up and about.
I guess that was the end.
I take it you're not going to read any of the books on evocation?
Evocation?
Spells that usually are more volatile.
Harmful spells? No.
For the most part, yes. Deal of conjuration spells that could probably be helpful also.
Thank you, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Therapist RP.
Divination's nice if you want to form a temporary connection, look somewhere, or find an object or a person.
I suppose
Oh,
there's some uses for it.
Oh my god, so many of
I
you
use it
followed.
sometimes.
Hi. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Sometimes if I need to see somewhere else where I can't be, send a small stone. Takes the form of a little eyeball. Once I float it to where I need to, I can concentrate.
We gave a
I
little
close my eyes, I stop perceiving
tidbit of
where I
a
am,
therapy
and I perceive
session
where it is.
to Hezekiah. Because
downfall
I
for that is
baited him
I can
into
only
showing
see,
me where the
can't
office
hear.
is. And then sort of gave him a
But it
quote
is good
unquote
to know
taste
if
of my
I
own
am going
medicine.
to be walking into an ambush.
Kind of like how you did earlier today.
Oh.
What?
I couldn't resist.
Wow. Doctor has significant firepower. He's lying otherwise.
Oh?
Look, someone had to be the first quote unquote victim to show everyone else that it's not that bad.
What?
Who better than someone
Yeah, the
with
office
significant
tour
level of
turned into
authority?
a session tour. Then it turned into
Oh.
a demonstration.
See,
No,
it's
it
fine.
wasn't horrible.
I'm even considering talking to her, and I generally am hopeless at talking in general, so...
And
So
then
you're
we,
going to be sleeping
It'll be
more.
fine.
we gave Sakoto
What?
a therapy session as well.
So
Sakoto
you're
was
going
the
to be
first
sleeping
full
more.
therapy session that we got. Hezekiah was the first trial run that I baited him into.
Maybe.
I still say we should get the giant beanbags for the office.
I mean, if you make the request, I'll second it. I don't see why not. It's your office also.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
true. Look,
For therapy being
therapy
comfortable
is
is
better.
very nice.
Exactly, therapy is better when both parties are comfortable.
Do you want the, like, posters on the walls and too, and, like...
Hang in there.
No, we don't need those.
I was
Definitely,
about to say, probably
definitely
not
we
just
don't
normal
need those.
paintings.
Yeah, just normal
Like standard
artwork is fine.
pictures and paintings.
Yeah, normal artwork is fine.
Alright, fair enough.
Just have to have one wall dedicated to your degree, you know. Isn't that how you're supposed to do it?
Yeah, I'll put all 4 of them up there.
You know, isn't that just more of a reassurance kind of thing for the
Yeah,
person?
it's more of a reassurance. I met one doctor once and he had about 23 up on his walls. I felt that was more of a flex than a reassurance.
Yeah, that's more of a... I'd be more concerned than anything.
I know, it's assurance. I'm assured that you care more about your ego than you do about helping me, jeez.
Yes, pretty
I'm
much.
sure you probably charged an arm and a leg,
I mean,
too.
I had an officer like that once. shiny, shiny armor. It looked like it never actually even got hit by his sword, not just because he carried a shield, but his wall was filled with all of his achievements and medals. It's like there was no more wall, and it was just a case. I think maybe he only deserved maybe 2 of those. That was for attendance.
And you don't want to do that around
Definitely
more people.
listen.
Because if we're in armor and we see somebody with, like, you know, he clearly only cares about, you know, his image and, you know, shiny, extremely polished armor, will come along and, you know, oh, I'm sorry for bumping into you and smudging your armor with all this mud and crap. Oh yeah, there's a nice ding there too. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it was those I'm here for my family name sort of deals, but
yes,
annoyingly he had strong attitude for magic of the ice variety, so I wasn't going to be the one to stand against him. Most people just let him be. He was actually somewhat useful during tactic meetings. He's kind of the, we don't care that you're right, you're an asshole, so we kind of don't listen to you. But good idea, we'll take it into consideration and then somebody else will get credit for it.
Yes, Eva, someone who would like to smash into the ground. I get it.
That's, I guess, the nice thing of somehow how our system works. But since it's a weird mix of imperial royalty thing, we have those, you know, those, oh, I'm
Yes,
part
definitely
of this
make sure
family,
their
I'm
armor
I'm
is
highborn,
very,
you know, I'm big and
very
important.
used at that point.
I'll be strutting across, you know, a field looking all, trying to be all fancy, and it just so happens to be a supply vehicle that drives by and hits a muddy puddle right next to them. It's a real shame. Most tend to understand to not be that way, but you still get the occasional ones. They tend to learn. If troops see shiny, it will not be shiny by the end of the day.
Where I was from, nobility never changed, never moved by foot.
What was it? I didn't quite hear it.
In my time, nobility never moved by foot.
Oh. Yeah, there's a few that do that too, but,
Usually by cart and carriage.
Yeah, Elysium had those also. Along with horses.
Aside from those who had servants to carry them.
That we didn't have. But we did have a lot of people in shining armor, and that was just because of the Knights Order, the Paladins. Upkeep was important.
I had to polish a lot of cleric armor.
Yeah, given most of them have access to magic, everything was usually spick and span.
I mean, we had royals that, you know, they were in high positions, but then you have, like...
Yes, I remember the royals. And
but I was down in the
everything,
trenches
too.
getting shot at, torn apart, that sort of thing. All the fun stuff. So...
You remember those days?
That's just our people. So
I mean, they'll have the gold pouch
I'm
anyway.
not sure how to describe it. I guess our culture is, you know, we've gone through probably every type of government there is, and now we're just that weird hybrid of governments. So we know what happens if you act a certain way. We still get those people because there's always going to be those people where, oh, I have the most complex markings because I'm the highest born, you do what I say. But they will still be put in their place where, no, you have to follow the standards, you have to follow, you know, if you're an officer, you have to abide by the code of the officer, by upholding the honor of an officer.
I know we got this far by keeping our head down.
You can't just, you know, go do this, you know, go get me a coffee.
This
Some
place does feel
random
different,
combat
though.
engineer. It's not his job to get you a coffee. There's just this understanding 99% of the time. Like I said, there's still those individuals that think they can do what they want.
For the most part, that's kind of how we operated. Everybody had a mutual respect, but obviously names held a little bit more pull, considering the knights only really pulled from those who had prestigious family name. It was very rare for any commoners to be allowed in.
Yeah. Like like in the military, it doesn't matter what your name is. It's the military. It doesn't matter outside because it's
Celestial
military,
Pen,
you need-
lot of people are born
I
special.
hope that we'll be
with
able to help Sakoto
a
with
few
what we
things
did,
in
but
there, so
it
usually
remains to be seen.
It meant something, at least to them and the
You
high
can
ups, so you got a
definitely
better
stay
opportunity,
quiet
more
if you
chances
would
in your
like
life,
to,
but
whenever she's doing it.
doesn't mean to say there wasn't people who worked hard enough to live inside the inner walls. We got lucky. My mother was an ex-knight.
You are more
an
than welcome
adventurer,
to.
So
however, once she
we were
gets
closer
stronger,
to the inner city
you
than the others.
may not be able to have that luxury.
There's chances of a lowborn being brought up into nobility.
Better to make friends now.
We,
When you have
there is
chance.
arranged marriages, but at the same time,
Then
there's
wait until later.
some families that don't do arranged marriages, so there's that chance that highborn meets a lowborn, fall in love, so on and so forth.
Well, that's basically my mother
Their
and
kid
father, but
will have more advanced markings as a result, so...
I was offered a title at one point, I just turned it down. I wasn't there at the Knights Academy because I wanted prestige. Which... uncommon, apparently.
We've had... I've heard of an officer through the whole grapevine where they loved that, they're in a combat role but they haven't actually been in any combat, and they always thought that they were the best, this, that, until the day they actually, were forced into actual combat, and then they got all scared and their backbone kind of went out.
Until war breaks loose and you find he's really there for training.
Yeah. Well, we're not perfect. We have the same issues everybody else has. It's, just... Maybe there's a lot more common sense where I'm...
So, for those of you here from Urban Stream,
But at the same time, we do have...
Amber is a human.
It's kind of strange.
The reason why she talks to herself in her head
Considering we
is
have
because she is
people
not talking
that
to
have
herself. She has the
turned
soul of a
themselves
red
into space
dragon
octopi.
named Eva, who is also inhabiting this same body.
Amber, where do you hail from?
I don't remember.
Oh, touchy subject. Apologies.
Not necessarily touchy subject, just there's a good chunk of my younger life that is pretty much just gone.
Is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it just kind of, as the farther you think back in your memories, does it just kind of phase out, or is there just a sudden break in it?
It's like a sudden break. It's like hitting a wall.
Okay.
We've kind of
As a
just
therapist,
floated
I'm sure
around
probably
from, place to place, doing what I do best, and eventually ended up here.
May I if you don't wish to talk more on it, it's totally fine. I was just curious, is that just that dead end near the end of your childhood, or when you were already an adult? Or you already had this profession?
It was, I would say at least late 20s.
First I should ask, is it okay if I ask a few more questions on it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay. Did you just kind of wake up, like, in your place? Like, is that where the memory starts?
Yes, so to speak. I essentially just woke up.
Okay.
And that was
Was it
the
someplace
first
specific?
thing I remembered. Was in a large, sort of hollowed out tree. And by large, I mean extremely large.
As strange as this sounds, you were clothed, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Except for, well, the old wounds that I spoke of.
Yeah, Kanta was created from, I believe he said, music. You don't happen to be Pot Fey, are you?
I don't think I am. I don't think so. I mean, I should probably get a medical exam at some point. That would
You
probably
can touch
help
most
solidify
metals, right?
it.
Never had an issue?
Yes, I can touch everything.
Oh, okay. Well, that rules that out, unless you eventually find something that burns you.
Yes. He's gonna pull out a pouch. He's gonna dump out a bunch of gold coins. And they're all gonna be from varying ages, from like a little bit more recent to several hundred years old. I've been collecting gold coins from different places that I've visited. And,
So
here's the one that
whenever you make
Percy
trips,
gave me. Yeah, pretty much whenever I
How
make
many
trips.
centuries?
Be about 200 years at the oldest.
Okay, there's nothing old enough for Eliza. Hmm.
you just fish those out of, like, wherever you go, or...
Yeah, pretty much.
When did you get the first one?
Honestly, I don't really remember. It was one that I had on me when I woke up.
Okay. And that's the oldest one, right?
Yeah.
So, are they ones from that time that you've had till now, or were they already old when you found them?
That one was already a little bit old when I found it. Maybe, within
How long
10
have you
or
had
20 years for that one.
How long have you had them?
The first one, maybe about 230 years.
I guess, I suppose, strange, but also not strange question. Race?
I'm a human as far as I know.
Okay.
Not a normal one, it would seem.
Maybe, I mean, to be fair, in the metaverse, is anything normal? Or not normal?
Yes.
Well,
But people tend to think on the fantastical more often than the mundane around them.
in the material, most humans still average, even in Elysium. Those who are not asthma at around a normal lifespan. Depending on which order you followed, some of them actually were granted magic to extend that. So it's not uncommon. And then you had some of the elven races that can live up to 1,000.
Might be a good idea to get a medical exam just to...
Yeah, probably.
Never hurts.
Yeah, it never hurts, and I don't think I've had one in a while.
It definitely would help, especially with BB. She can look over your any current things that you need to.
Yeah.
I mean, especially, at least all the humans I've seen, they don't have as unique hair as you. But at the same time, this is the metaverse. You could have came from another universe where that and your lifespan is normal.
Yeah. I guess if I knew where I came from, that would probably help solve a lot of the issues.
So, you woke up in a tree and it was in this universe, right? You didn't come here afterwards?
No, I didn't come here afterwards.
Okay.
It was just in a tree in this universe, 230 years ago. Give or take.
Did, when you woke up, did you kind of know, just have a feeling you knew where you were? Do you recall?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Did we always look this good, or was it young and then still aging?
I think I always looked this way. I mean, I've changed in some ways, but rather not get into that.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
I suppose I'm at a slight disadvantage with the age thing because it doesn't really matter for my people on the age of somebody or a race. Especially with here, because there's so many different people from so many different universes that anything is possible. So, and with my race, there are ways we normally, I'm just going to stick with human years so everybody understands it. 2,000 years is roughly is standard. But we
Didn't think they would call me out on where I lived this early.
So, it wasn't that long previously. It was probably, I think back in the day it was like 1,000, but through history it's extended. So a medical definitely might be a good idea. See if you might have had some gene therapy. That is always a possibility.
Yeah. Or we have come into contact with something. Yeah.
Maybe. Gene therapy manipulation.
Possible.
Maybe you have some implants that you don't know about that just extend your life.
Or a blessing.
Yes, or a blessing. Could be
That's
any
nice
number
and
of
good, so
things.
I don't consider it.
I
Either
beg your
way,
pardon.
It was bound to happen eventually, Eva.
Yes.
We knew it was gonna happen at some point.
either way,
Like I said, at
You're
least
here
it would
now.
happen here. Yes, at least I'm here now.
you're here now, and I don't see any downsides. I know we haven't talked much, but I definitely enjoy the company, so
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad to have met you.
Likewise.
I mean, I think
I think I
you're the
was
only
21 when I died.
I guess you could call it your past life. You're living the second life now.
I would rather not call myself roughly 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, fair point.
After all, it's not like my body's getting any older or younger than 21. That don't grow.
I think
If
I
I
did as
did-
about as tall as I'm going to be.
If I did
Unfortunately,
continue
so
the
have I.
time from when I rewoke, it would be roughly 24.
Well, the unnatural means, I could say.
Hmm.
I could be taller. I have been as tall as Everest a few times.
Hmm.
Welcome back. Also, I haven't
Hello,
said it yet,
Sakura.
but I love your outfit. It looks extremely comfy.
I'm glad you
very
started to
Becky.
expand outward from the old coat.
Once again, I just have the advantage of not having to worry about such things. Because I am already wearing fur.
Do you wear fur? Or do you grow it?
Yes.
Hmm. Understandable.
There's fourth dimensional reason, but also technically yes, because I am technically also shedding, so I am also wearing fur.
I feel as though I do not understand.
I know. Told the therapist again.
There's still ice cream in there for later, Sakura.
But I have not trained.
I think it's kind
You
of
don't need to train all the time to eat ice cream.
can be a nice treat for a rough time every now and then.
Exactly.
More boost.
I mean, you did go on a mission, so...
Went on a mission and had a therapy session. Ice cream is fine.
Yeah.
I will accept this reasoning.
That's very good reasoning.
But yes, Amber's a human, Eva's a red
That's
dragon.
always a good reason.
So yeah.
Same reason. Well, yeah, we were having tea, but the tea kind of was done. It just kind of didn't move around.
It's just we just kind of kept talking here.
Which explains why Amber is a quote-unquote human who is roughly like 260 some odd years old.
So tomorrow's training. We're gonna do more focus on the mental link. More of seeing through my senses.
Okay.
She is also a therapist and has been a therapist for about the better part of like 180.
See what the limit is.
190 years or
before you
so.
died.
She's done a couple of odd jobs between then, trying to figure out what she
we'll
wants
do
to
another
do.
game of trying to catch me in a lie. See if you can read the service thoughts as usual. I'll basically start spouting off an old story of one that I remember back in training, and if you can catch the part of the story that's a lie, we'll count that as a success.
Okay.
As far as Aegis goes,
she's getting a lot better.
That's good to hear.
Soon we'll be able to, anytime we have a mission that involves investigations, sending Zakoto, he can't lie to us otherwise. Which we did have, actually.
They are really good at, like, double lying.
Or
That's a
I guess
fair point.
The main trouble you might come into is them not lying. But
As far as
not,
Aegis goes, Hybris sent a message to Amber about 3 or so weeks ago. And Amber came on the station to go over the particulars, and
Well, yes, with
accepted the offer.
You can definitely admit things if you're inside of my truth circle. All you have to do is believe it's the truth or answer part of the question honestly, leaving out the actual facts that you want to. However, she's more or less... Exactly, except she's more or less inside this, so the minute you think about the wrong thing, she might be able to pick up on that. After all, it takes a lot more energy to think up a lie.
You are going to lie about, and then you say something that does not match, then yes. Like what you do most of the time when you try to do your stories.
Okay, alright, thank you for finishing the sentence up. I was very concerned for a second there.
And plus, though, that is the one thing, he has the advantage since he knows that your word. Your word has left me.
Observing.
Psionic, that's the word. Most people
Yes.
you will know you're a psionic, so you will have the advantage at the time.
Catch them off guard. One mission report we did was, we ended up having somebody who was a murderer who thought he could cover his tracks by calling the agents to help him deal with something that he had caused because of what he had done. And he almost got away with it, too.
That seems kind of...
Was he stopped by meddling kids?
Yeah, we stopped by our agents and the dog because Ku was there, so yes.
God damn it.
He would have gotten
I'm
away
not
with
going to
it.
be somebody's sidekick, a dog. I apologize.
True. Well, see, he would have gotten away with it if we had taken him for his word. apparently the agents had found things at the first location which didn't match completely with his story. So some of them were wary, some of them weren't. The thing that they were sent to get rid of was actually aggressive. That was also a banshee. So it did fit what he was saying.
Banshees.
Yes. She wanted revenge for what he had done, but she
Oh.
couldn't speak.
Banshees are very dangerous. They will kill you. if
Oh
they
yeah,
swing
just
too
ask
hard.
Q. Yeah, ask Q. His eardrums were ruptured after that mission.
Ooh.
He had to repair them. Yeah,
Oh.
he got a little too close when she decided to let one of the whales out.
Ouch.
This is why I need help.
Trying to
According to the
remember
reports,
what
though.
Parents had you do when there is a banshee. There's something you can do to help you to figure out that it is a banshee, because sometimes they will not show themselves before you discover them. So you must first identify the kind of spirit you are looking for. If you do
Be
that,
careful with
Yes.
mirrors.
Always be
Banshees
careful with
really don't like
mirrors.
mirrors.
Reflective objects, yeah.
Many spirits will try to use mirrors against you. They are sort of a doorway sometimes.
In the case of banshees, their reflection rages them.
Letting them see for what they are. What they don't want to believe what they are. Good news is, he slipped up, and one of the agents was able to commune with the area around them and figure out that he wasn't being straightforward. They did some investigating while they were able to split off and keep him distracted. And they ended up bringing the spirit back with the lover. And they were able to both move on peacefully, and he was put into custody.
They brought a human back with its lover. Yes, I was talking about us.
I find my people brute force things more. As banshees, as you people, as you've called them, I mean, there's such things. We've dealt with such similar spirits, but we just capture and seal. Capture, seal, calm down, release, get sucked into a black hole.
Which normally, if you have the means to do it and the power,
There's more
but
to it.
not
Let's
all
just
of our
simplify it.
agents are equipped for dealing with spirits and things like that.
You have to
At least
calm
forcefully.
down. Otherwise, they will be destroyed.
We, well, with our people, with our religion, it's, we have canisters where if needed, we contain a soul or a spirit. If it is too aggressive or too much to be allowed to
Yeah.
stay on a tomb world
Eva's not exactly happy.
until the appropriate time, so it's sealed in a canister until
Eva is
the tomb world is eventually brought into
quite
the great temple,
quite apprehensive at the
which
moment.
at that time the spirit will go through the scales where its soul is weighed and it's either sentenced or sent to be reborn. I know somebody that is, I guess you'd say, a bit more understanding, a bit more polite with spirits. They take them to where it is best suited. With my people, you have one choice. You get sent to the scales, your soul is weighed. If you have done wrong in your life,
Pretty much.
you are cursed to serve, to repent for such things. That's what this is.
Eva didn't expect them to sort of
The most severe
pop that kind of question
to
that early.
remain in this form as punishment. once you have served,
She
or,
said it.
I guess the word is
Amber
repented
mentioned it
for
to
the
Sakoto
wrongs you have
because it
done,
was something that
you are
she could
sent back
use.
through the scales.
He thought she might be able to
If you
use
pass
as
the
means to help.
scales, you join the other souls in
With the fact that
waiting
she
to be
feels like
reborn.
she's died at least once before.
And then when the great releases happens, all the souls are rejected out to be.
Didn't think it would be brought up
sent to
twice
where
in
they are reborn.
one evening.
They may not be the nicest way, but that is just how my people are. In the end, the souls go where they are. Words, why do you fail me? They go where they are destined to go. If they have done severe wrong, they are punished. If they have done something minor, they are punished. They serve their sentence.
There will be a
And
very,
then
very
they
long
are able to rejoin.
internal conversation between Amber and Eva tonight in the bedroom.
Unique way to look at lost soul spirit, though. Interesting, though.
That's kind of why I mentioned earlier about the big difference between here and where I come from. Here there's an abundance of roaming lost souls or just roaming spirits everywhere. Where I come from, you will
Even
only
some-
find them on Tomb Worlds.
Even some living long enough to gain a new form entirely.
With us, if you pass,
need to help the most.
That or they don't, like Kitsune, like Lady Crystal, or Shiro.
That is something different.
They were made with an actual form. They weren't something that was lost and then reformed, yes.
If a person is trapped in the material, they will accumulate the negativity around them or the positivity and either move on or continue to be trapped.
and
If the negativity becomes too much, they will twist and turn, become warped by it.
that's with our Tomb Worlds. That's yes, that's where we bury most of the fallen, and we send lost souls. They go to Tomb Worlds. Now we're not just dumping them on a world and leaving them there. I think I mentioned that the reason why I came here was I had two options: arranged marriage or serve on a Tomb World. We have people that tend to the spirits and the souls on Tomb Worlds, keep them calm, help them stay calm, help them so they don't what's the word? I guess degrade, you can say. So then they can go through the process. We don't have to seal them away until the day of the join the temple. As the amount of people that we lose constantly, we would have so many ships transporting souls.
But you do not need to transport them.
If with us we believe with the soul, with us the great temples are what most call singularities or black holes. We can create them artificially, that's what the canisters are, but those aren't truly a true great temple. Those usually are sent and put into a great temple, as it's called. We can't pick and choose necessarily.
I do not understand what you are
That's-
saying. What does this have to do with?
What? I think my brain has failed me again. I apologize. So, let's ask the question again. I'm sorry.
You say that you collect these spirits and you take them to these
Yes.
temples, yes?
To the, or to the tomb worlds.
Sambo, can I borrow you for a second?
Of course.
Yes. Because
Be right
that's basically our graveyard, where we lay to rest our people.
But will that not just agitate them more?
Apologies, Archangel's in my head. Continuing a conversation while they were having one too.
It's quite
When she
alright.
wants something, sometimes she's adamant about it. Do you mind if I look closer to the... Oh,
You're quite alright, yes.
alright. It just... yeah. Alright, Ariel, you're alright. The eyes do have it. What? Ariel likes your eyes. She has a thing for that, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you, I guess.
Don't worry, she'll go on all day if I let her, depending on when she starts to fawn over somebody. But that aside, there are things that are not normal. So this one I had seen Sakota's. Obviously hers are purple, which is not normal for a human anyways.
Yes, I
And yours have
did notice that.
lost a certain part of their shape.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. And it's not something that's, as far as she's concerned, celestial bound. So it's not some type of archangel blessing or other world on our side. As far as she's aware, there's something else. Either it's like he said, maybe something in your genome was changed or a blessing was put on you.
It's definitely possible. I mean, if there's that much of my life that I have no memory of, anything could have happened at that point.
How have you done with, family and friends?
I don't remember really having family and friends or ones that I've sort of watched come and go.
Well, on the bright side, and here you have Miss Hybris and the kids, which are, as far as I know, timeless. They just kind of keep expanding their minds, so I know that doesn't really make up for things, but I'll be around for a little bit longer, at least, so... yeah. I will say, though, definitely sit and talk with Miss BB. She's a lot smarter than I am with that whole stuff, so...
Yes, that probably will be the next course of action next time that I run into them.
I think a blood test might give us something back at least. I would hope, especially with the Miss Hybris's capabilities, she can find something, at least a trace that would give us a push in the right direction. And if it is indeed something that is a magical presence, I'll be there to help you.
Yes.
So if you need to be taken somewhere and it might be dangerous, I'll lead the charge on that.
Yeah, hopefully nowhere dangerous.
You say that, but you've been around for a more than average amount, and that takes a lot of magic usually if it is to sustain.
Yes, I mean, I've kept myself out of trouble and harm's way for this long, so I've got a pretty good track record.
You know, better than me. I will say that much, yes. A few extra holes and scars, and then again, I do throw myself at things a lot more, so, I mean, my track record, I'm surprised I still have all my limbs.
Yes, and I try to avoid throwing myself at anything other than, you know, like a large quantity of blankets or a beanbag.
Mm-hmm. All right, fair enough. Yes, I toss myself at imps and hell knights. So yeah, in due time. I'd say I've lived a good 300 years in my 20-something odd.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
Yeah, I'm gonna calculate that from now on. Thank you. And if anybody asks, it's been a good 300. It's been a great 300. Is the 300 more? Hopefully.
Yes, I suppose while I'm over here, I should probably grab the rest of that ointment.
Yeah, definitely.
Just pocket that for later. Mark it down that I have taken it. There we go. It's something that I've just come to terms with. That there's a chunk of my life that's just not there. Granted, you know, I've had quite a while to come to terms with it, but you know, I just live with it at this point.
I don't know. I don't want to quantify anything with what I've been through, but after Elysium fell, there was a gap that was imposed by somebody else. She thought she was protecting me from extra pain, but I would get dreams, glimpses of what I had been missing, that snapshot of the time of the end and fall of it to when I reached the material plane. And at first I thought it was just me having nightmares, filling in blanks, but I slowly started to realize through Lila's help that the spell was slowly coming undone, and it was causing me more anguish than if I had just kept the memories. So, I kind of understand what it feels like to have a block. So, maybe with Sakoto's help, maybe they're there. You just can't see them anymore.
Maybe. I definitely haven't had any nightmares that have shown anything like that. So I definitely think that whatever has kept me from knowing is still active.
Well, whatever it is, just know that I'm here to help.
Oddly enough, I feel like if any more people knew, I feel like they would all be there to help as well.
The agents that we have on board, yeah.
I feel like
You
plenty
show them
would
any bit of
just
kindness and
jump at the chance.
some for the mystery, some for the adventure, some for genuine care. Especially since you're such a nice person, people always find a reason to help those kinds of people.
That does not matter. They exist. They are
We
people,
don't see them.
just like us. They just come from somewhere very different.
That might be the case here.
But where
In
your
comparison,
people come from?
Not so much. It may be simple me saying I'm from the other side of the galaxy, but that is an extremely long ways away. So there can be a huge difference between here and there in regards to how easy spirits can appear, form, and so on and so forth.
Spirits.
I've
can
never
appear
heard of a
anywhere.
forest. I've never heard of a forest spirit until I came here.
Perhaps because your people have been taking them.
Could create an
not
anomaly,
sure.
a gap, or a tear. Maybe it was. Maybe it once was. And things changed
Perhaps
and
come
shifted
from
over
the
time.
ethereal. This is where they live. That is where they belong. And those who are not ready to pass over, they often get trapped there. That is why spirits of the dead still linger.
They border between this
They
and
have
there.
not yet pierced the veil.
I'm not sure. It's just from what I know. I've never heard of a forest spirit or, the spirits that you have mentioned in my area where I come from. We have, like I said, the spirits from individuals. Perhaps. Yeah. Souls, spirits. I always sometimes get it mixed up. Which
Pretty interchangeable
specific-
words.
Yeah.
For some,
But
yes. They are
perhaps
both the same thing, but for others they are very different.
there might be a reason why spirits don't come to my space or to where we are. It's because I mentioned it to you one in regards to connecting psionically to me. My people have a spark of madness from our history. So, even in spiritual form, we radiate rage. So perhaps that section of space is just imbalanced for them.
So, you said you trained as a Miko, right?
Everyone gets love.
Yes, Miko.
That included dealing with the spirits? Isn't that normally left to... Oh, did your parents teach you that?
No, Miko. Shrines deal in many things, but primarily they are a place where people can come and commune with spirits, but also seek assistance when dealing with them. Miko sometimes are sent to places to deal with spirits that are perhaps getting a bit out of control, or perhaps the soul of someone who is lost. You will help them to move on.
And was that
It
something
is
that your
quite
parents did?
normal.
Or your mother?
Something like this. My mother always said she was not a Miko and that she was never trained as such. But that her and my father would sometimes go and assist people in dealing with spirits of living and dead.
So she knew how to. And she taught you what she knew?
Some things, yes. It was because of what they taught me that I took an interest in becoming a Miko in the first place. We had a shrine in our village, and there were many girls who
Eva, we do have
go and
people
become
that
Miko to learn to
are
come in
willing to
with
help,
and assist others
not just
in living amongst spirits.
for morbid curiosity.
So I think your mother might have been well versed in some form of magics to deal with
Both
spirits.
of my parents said that they could do magic, but I could not.
I know I
But
said
there are
before.
other ways of dealing with spirits that are not so needing to cast spells and such. This is why they let me train.
Sometimes guidance is needed more than a heavy hand.
Not just that. There are normal ways to fend off a spirit who is perhaps angry and getting a bit too rowdy.
Rowdy spirits.
That being said,
You are familiar with poltergeist?
Mm-hmm.
Throw salt at them. They get very, very scared. They don't like it.
yes. I believe it was in one of the agent's notes that, yeah, talismans work. So to keep those out of the area.
Yes. Like, do not ever try to offer beans to Iro-san? Oni do not like beans.
I did not know that. That's good to know.
I am not
Never invite
certain
children with
why,
black eyes into your house. They are
it is
dangerous spirits.
something about it saps away their power if they touch them. I do not know why. There is some old story, but I do not quite remember.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same for
Really curious about that.
some of the infernal imps. When I send them back, sometimes you don't need a spell to send them back
You
to the
are
Hellplane.
talking about demons. Demons are much more scary.
Yes. But some demons are just spirits poured back out of hell after they were
We've
sent
met
there,
a
pulled
few
there for some
demons.
reason, so they're corrupted.
When
our
someone's
time.
spirit is too far gone and becomes
Haven't we?
corrupted by evil or negativity, sometimes they become demons. Yes, that is not so common. If you
it
are
is
to
rare.
ever deal with something like this, someone who says, "Oh, my house is haunted," and you go to deal with a demon, they always told me, "Do not touch. Just come home. Come back to the shrine. We will let the elders deal with this because it is far too dangerous."
Except now you have dealt with them. In fact, quite a bit,
I
right?
punched the demon. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's a lot more impressive than we originally thought, especially how you originally
I've seen
thought.
them,
You
yes, I
punched a
remember.
demon.
It was a little scary, but
Have you met the snake ones?
managed. What?
You should be a lot more confident
Snake
in
body,
her own
2 arms.
abilities.
Usually hold 2 blades that they have attached in the backs.
Definitely a lot more confident in her own abilities if that's the
things.
case.
Slade might have
I just
information
know
on those ones.
big, scary demons. Don't touch them if you cannot with them.
Bald heads. Kind of no eyes.
None of the demons will touch hair.
Well,
I
they're kind of
can
like
imagine one of them with a fancy wig.
well, for the most part, you are pretty capable now. Remember the talk about climbing back up the mountain? Do you think maybe, given a little more time, you wanted to make the trip?
Definitely far more capable than she let on to during that therapy session.
Maybe.
You're much stronger than you used to be.
I don't think she needs to be as
Give it
afraid
some
of
time.
herself.
Let me know.
You seem lost in thought. I was wondering what you were thinking, but then I remembered, no, stop thinking about that.
There you go.
Like I said, as long as you ask first, it's fine, because then you won't get...
I do not want to get smacked in my brain.
Yes. If you're curious, it was something I was talking to him about earlier. Yes, and I'd feel extremely bad if I gave you another one.
It would only be because of my own stupidity at that point. I would not feel...
I'd still feel bad.
Upset at you, only myself.
Mm-hmm. But, so, I mentioned, because while you two were talking, we were talking scientific magic, you can say. How I'm trying to understand magic in a scientific sense. So, I just had the thought of, hell.
I need to put this back in the fridge before it fully melts.
But I had the thought of hell. Like Slade has been to hell, lots of people have been to hell. It's a physical place. There's layers, there's demons, so on and so forth. Like there's
yes, it's another plane of
land.
existence. Yes.
My people have a place, or a dimension we call hell space. It's fiery, chaotic, so on and so forth.
It could
But
be a
it's empty.
branch of
Sounds
it,
like
yes. Yes.
Mm.
I mean,
It's
a lot of
empty, it's
places can
barren.
be the same area, just different demiplanes, derivative of one.
Which,
There are many
with that
places within
realization,
the ethereal.
like,
I have heard
between the
of
two
cities and
hells,
other such places.
like there's cities in hell, right? I'm pretty sure I heard about that.
Yes, there are actual places where the denizens do live.
So that just
Where there
kind
are
of
people, there are
reinforces
hoods.
my theory of denser matter in this area. It is so dense that even in the dimension of hell, land has formed. Unlike where I come from, where it's just void, and it's just chaotic energy.
To be honest, that's kind of what it felt like when we were there. When we defended those
Depending on which layer.
demons.
Whichever layer you're in. There's
Lots of
I
red
am
everywhere. and
not
there was
entirely
blood
sure how things will
almost
go,
everywhere.
Eva.
And no, I did fall in it. I could not see very well.
I'm honestly,
Glasses were on, I can see.
I bet.
honestly not sure
Probably couldn't
how
watch
any
it
of this
on
is
TV.
gonna go at this point.
He did magic and made it not so bad. I could see again.
Oh, that
I don't know.
No blood
Maybe.
on my face.
whatever that spell is, I keep hearing.
Very close.
I hope things will be okay.
Yeah. Blood isn't exactly the funnest of things to fall into. I know this from experience. It gets everywhere.
I really do hope things
I
will
had to
be
take a shower when we got back.
okay.
It was very gross.
And that is definitely a very good idea. Sorry, I just got lost in thought because I got excited about that, how that just kind of reinforced my theory.
I am perfectly fine. But beyond that, I do have to go through the agents and forward some of the cam footage to Ion and Miss Ibris. So I'll be in the office. If you needed anything, I'll be there so we can go over notes.
Of course. I may as well just follow you and help you get the work done faster.
If you want to. It's not really you like have to, but you can help.
It can give me some good insight to how they operate while on a mission.
Actually, you know what? Fair enough. You would have to go over it anyways.
I was about to say that's actually a really good idea.
Training in the morning. Don't stay up late.
I will.
As I hypocritically say that.
On my phone, yes. I will tell you everything I know, but there were these spirits there that we did not know much of, but we were able to help them.
Yes, I remember I had gotten some more information afterwards, and Scaris was going to look into it. Apparently the Necropolis had some extra information to give that you were able to give them so far. It's been helpful. I'll follow up with you if anything.
I would like to know more, if possible, about these spirits. Even though they have moved on. I would like to know their
I'll
story, if possible.
Definitely. I will have Scaris get with you about that since he's leading the investigation on that side. I don't have the Necropolis connections that he does.
Thank you.
No problem.
I would like to
Have a
know
good rest
more
of your
about
night.
what happened.
You as well. You can link up with Scaris once he has information. I'll make sure that he... Well, if anything, I'll have him deposited into the chat room. That way everybody's informed at once. Otherwise, have a good rest of your night.
Oh, fifth touch, Sam.
Yes, have a good rest of your night.
Yes, that is good.
Also with, I think you said earlier that
I'll be fine with sugar
that you're
cookies.
gonna let the Necropolis know about my people. You probably don't have to worry about that as long as they leave my people alone. My people probably don't care. They tend to not bother with other dimensions.
There's a coffee machine in there somewhere. I don't know if you're the coffee kind of drinker, but
I
usually carry my
certainly
tea on
am.
me. Alright then. Feel free to use that during the...
Of course.
Feel free to use the desk chair. Being able to summon my own really helps.
You know what? Yeah, I completely forgot that that was a thing that you could do.
Stone chairs, they're actually more comfy when you make them out of clay on the top.
Fair point.
Well, I'll probably get done with some of the paperwork. Some of it's already logged on there if you wanted to go over the footages and some of the notes that I made. Otherwise, as it comes in, I'll be processing it.
Of course, might as
It's
well.
helpful, though.
Yes, might as well get to looking at some of this footage and seeing just exactly how they operate when they're out on their own. It'd be very, very telling. And just exactly what type of people they are.
I will say, based on what I saw so far, Slade took command and was actually very careful about positioning everyone. If anything, a little bit too much care was put into keeping them safe over him, but he's got the armor, so he usually will put himself in front.
Yes, I would say that is good in most circumstances, but not always good in every circumstance.
He'll learn. He's been so far.
I certainly hope so, otherwise we'll end up with more situations like we had with this one.
It happens. If anything, in a little bit I will be taking a small meditation break.
Yes, it does seem like this Slade has a bit of a hero complex. But it does show that he cares about others.
Any last questions before I get lost in studying this?
None at the current moment. I think I have things handled.
Alright, perfect. Hopefully I can get Iron to actually do a little bit more paperwork, but he handles a lot on his side, I know. And with that, I'm going to respawn.
Yes.